and God stepped out on space. And he looked around and said, I'm lonely. I'll make me a world. And far as the eye of God could see, darkness covered everything. Blacker than 100 midnights down in a cypress swamp. Then God smiled, and the light broke, and the darkness rolled up on one side, and the light stood shining on the other. And God said, that's good. Then God reached out and took the light in his hands, and God rolled the light around in his hands until he made the sun. And he set that sun blazing in the heavens. And the light that was left from making the sun, God gathered it up in a shining ball and flung it against the darkness, spangling the night with the moon and the stars. Then down between the darkness and the light, God hurled the world, and God said, that's good. Then God himself stepped down, and the sun was on his right hand, and the moon was on his left. The stars were clustered about his head, and the earth was under his feet. And God walked, and where he trod, his footsteps hollowed the valleys out, and bulged the mountains up. Then he stopped, and looked and saw that the earth was hot and barren. So God stepped over to the edge of the world, and he spat out the 7 seas. He batted his eyes, and the lightnings flashed. He clapped his hands, and the thunders rolled, and the waters above the earth came down. The cooling waters came down. Then the green grass sprouted, and the little red flowers blossomed. The pine tree pointed his finger to the sky, and the oak spread out his arms. The lakes cuddled down in the hollows of the ground, and the rivers ran down to the sea, and God smiled again. And the rainbow appeared and curled itself around his shoulders. Then God raised his arm, and he waved his hand over the sea and over the land. And he said, bring forth. And quicker than God could drop his hand, fishes and fowls, and beasts and birds swam the rivers and the seas, roamed the forest and the woods, and split the air with their wings. And God said, that's good. Then God walked around, and God looked around on all that he had made. He looked at his sun, and he looked at his moon, and he looked at his little stars. He looked on his world with all its living things. And God said, I'm lonely still. Then God sat down on the side of a hill where he could think. By a deep, wide river he sat down with his head in his hands. God thought and thought till he thought, I'll make me a man. Up from the bed of the river, God scooped the clay. And by the bank of the river, he kneeled him down. And there the great God Almighty, who lit the sun and fixed it in the sky, who flung the stars to the most far corner of the night, who rounded the earth in the middle of his hand. This great God, like a mammy bending over her baby, kneeled down in the dust, toiling over a lump of clay till he shaped it in his own image. Then into it, he blew the breath of life, and man became a living soul.
Amen. Amen. God says God will create a new thing. Just get ready. And he said it was good. Call to order the 238th convention, annual convention of the Episcopal Church in Delaware. At this time, the chair appoints the Archdeacon Pat Malcolm, as chaplain for our gathering. Deacon Pat.
Let us pray. Beloved God, we have come to this gathering in our journey as your disciples, responding to your call to mission to do the work of the church. Our only desire is to serve her. Stir our hearts and guide our minds. May we have hearts to listen with compassion and a spirit to debate and respond in kindness, always in your love. May what we accomplish in this time together bring honor and glory to you. We ask this in the name of your beloved Son and our Savior and Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. I'd like to take this opportunity to let you all know that there is a prayer room in room 119 that will be available from now until 3 p.m. this afternoon. There is also a box outside of the prayer room for you to jot down some notes or prayer requests that you have, but the room is available. There are people in the room who will be there to pray with you, to pray for you, and who are continuing to pray for our convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaplain. Chair recognizes the Secretary of Convention, Kay Keenan of Christ Church Christiana 100.
This is to certify that we have a quorum. We need from the canonical clergy 20, we have 37, and 40 lay delegates, and we have 59, Bishop.
Thank you. Quorum has been met. Madam Secretary, the agenda.
If you go to your convention guidebook, on page 3 is the agenda. And I present the agenda for the convention for approval, Bishop.
The agenda is before you. Do we need a second for this?
No.
I didn't think so. Agenda is before you. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, so ordered. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
This is the land acknowledgement statement. The churches, buildings, and properties of the Episcopal Church in Delaware are located on land that was and continues to be the home of the Nanticoke and the Lenni Lenape people. We honor and express gratitude for the native people who have inhabited, cultivated, and nourished this land for thousands of years. In paying our respect to their rich and diverse culture, we acknowledge and lament the violence and the systematic oppression inflicted upon indigenous people. We repent of these historic and ongoing sins. With God's help, we will strive for justice and peace among all peoples and respect the dignity of every human being.
Thank you. This statement was crafted by our Racial Justice and Reconciliation Commission in conjunction with Diocesan Council earlier this year. Thank you to the Racial Justice Commission and the members of council who worked on and approved the statement. The chair recognizes the following persons who have been appointed to serve us at this convention. You've heard from Madam Secretary Kay Keenan of Christ Church Christiana 100 in Wilmington. The Chancellor is Tim Willard of St. Peter's Church Lewis. Two seats down to my left, your right. Beside me to my left is our parliamentarian, Catherine Jacobson of Trinity Parish in Old Swedes in Wilmington. And our recording secretary to my right, 2 seats down, is Connie Cooper of St. Thomas's Parish in Newark. Thank you all for your service here to the diocese. Now for appointments requiring confirmation by this convention.
Please turn to page 8 in your convention guidebook for a listing of the names of the people that require confirmation by convention, Bishop.
The motion is before you. Is there a second? Any questions? All those in favor of confirming these appointments, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, so ordered. If you will notice on page 9 of your convention guidebook, there are further appointments made by the bishop that do not require particular action by convention, but they are there for your reference. And again, I thank all those appointees who have said yes to the calling to serve Christ in these diverse ways. I would also draw your attention to the inside cover of the convention guidebook and thank the staff for their work, for the convention staff. It takes a great deal of work to put together a meeting like this, and I give great thanks for everyone who has worked so very hard for this to happen. Thank you. We'd like to say a warm welcome to our delegates, that you made it, you're here, welcome. I'd like to thank and your alternates as well that you have said yes to this call. They're all listed on page 10, beginning on page 10 in your guidebook. Now there are 2 microphones. Let's see, can we bring the microphones out, please? Do we have someone?
Tony will do it.
Tony, or Jim's got them. We'll, that's right. We moved them for the liturgy. Thank you, Ted. If you would take them roughly a third of the way up the aisle, please. Roughly 36% of the way up the aisle. Yeah, that's right.
Then they have
That's
to
right.
agree.
That's right. And make sure you're together. The 2 acolytes always go together. Okay. So you'll see that we have a microphone 1 and a microphone 2. If you have a voice at this convention and would like to address the convention, then you'll line up behind a microphone. You'll wait to be recognized by the chair. If you would then state your name and your parish, remembering the city where your parish is, then you'll be recognized and then you will speak. Madam Secretary.
I would like to make the following motion: that convention grant seat and voice to the clergy who serve as rector, priest in charge, or the equivalent at parishes in the Episcopal Diocese, the Episcopal Church in Delaware, and who are not canonically resident.
The motion has been made. Is there a second? Second. Is there any conversation? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, so ordered. I'd like to recognize the non-voting members of this convention, folks who have voice here by fact of their work and granted by our Constitution and canons. These are members of the Chancellor, the Standing Committee, trustees, Diocesan Council, members of the Constitution and Canons Committee, members of the Commission on Ministry, and our Diocesan Registrar. The Chair recognizes our parliamentarian.
Thank you, Bishop. All congregations have met the audit requirements per the 14th canon, and thus their lay delegates are eligible for voice and vote at this annual convention.
Excellent. Canon 14 is the one that says the audits get done, and then where folks or delegates are able to vote. So all the audits are done. Yay, team. Well done. So the resolution process, the resolutions were submitted online, and on October 23rd, there were 4 resolutions that were submitted. On October 23rd, there was an open hearing session in which you were all invited, many attended, and we'll now, later in this convention, we'll address these resolutions each in turn. So, Madam Secretary, the reading of the resolutions by title.
You can follow along starting at page 16 of the Convention Guidebook. Resolution 238-01, to give voice and vote to clergy licensed and appointed as priests or deacons in charge of congregations or exercising a ministry by a diocesan appointment in the Episcopal Church in Delaware, but not canonically resident in Delaware. The next resolution is 238-02, a resolution to amend Article 6, Section 1 of the Constitution of the Episcopal Church in Delaware to make the President of the Standing Committee the President pro tem of Convention in the absence of the Bishop. Resolution 238-03, a resolution to amend Canon 20, Sections 4 and 6 of the Canon of the Episcopal Church in Delaware on nomination and election at the Diocesan Convention to specify that the nominations for elections must be made in a manner set forth in Canon 20, and that nominations, sometimes known as from the floor or open nominations, are prohibited. And the resolution 238-04, a resolution to amend the Episcopal Church in Delaware's Rules of Order for the Diocesan Convention, Rule 5. Resolution to limit consideration and approval of resolutions submitted after the time provided in the rule to those resolutions submitted with compelling reason for their delayed submission.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Those are the 4 resolutions that are before you. You've seen them. They've been available for a while now. At this time, we make provision for late resolutions. These are resolutions that were not submitted on time, that if you have the ability, by a supermajority of this body, 2/3 could agree to grant a hearing of an additional resolution. And I would simply urge the convention that if a resolution is presented at this time that could have been presented earlier and simply wasn't, that I would urge you to consider whether or not we address it now and whether or not it could be deferred until the following year. So at that time, are there anyone who'd like to propose a late resolution before the convention? Seeing no one approaching the microphones, at this time, the chair recognizes our Secretary of Convention, speaking on behalf of the chair of the nominating committee.
If you turn to page 13, you can follow along. I think they're also on the screen, or they will be. The offices to be filled: Constitution and Canons, 1 clergy or lay let me try this completely again. 1 clergy or lay for a 5-year term. For diocesan council, we need 2 clergy for a 3-year term, 2 lay at large for a 3-year term, 1 lay for a 3-year term for representing Area 2, and 1 lay for a 3-year term representing Area 5. For the disciplinary board, we need 2 clergy for a 4-year term and 1 clergy for an unexpired 3-year term and 1 lay for a 4-year term. For standing committee, we need 1 clergy for a 4-year term and 1 lay for a 4-year term. For trustees, we need 1 clergy or 1 lay for a 6-year term. And for the deputies to the 81st General Convention, we need clergy, 4 deputies for a 3-year term, 4 clergy alternatives for a 3-year term. And for lay, similarly, we need 4 lay deputies for a 3-year term and 4 lay alternatives for a 3-year term.
All right. Thank you, Madam Secretary. The following persons are elected by acclamation, and that they are in contests where they're uncontested. They're elected. There were no they were uncontested. The following candidates are in uncontested positions are hereby elected by acclamation. For Constitution and Canons, Thomas Crowley from Area 1, St. Peter's in Lewis. For Diocesan Council, hold on. We're good.
No. I think they're just...
Nancy's just getting in position. I think it's fine.
Diocesan Council, 2 clergy for 3-year term, the Reverend Benjamin Rockwell III, St. James Mill Creek, and the Reverend Deacon Bruce Richards of St. David's in Wilmington. Diocesan Council, 2 lay members, Ron Kirshner, Area 1, St. Martha's Bethany Beach, and Edwin Smith, Area 3, St. Thomas's Parish in Newark. For the Disciplinary Board, by acclamation, 2 clergy for 4-year terms, the Reverend Glenn Duffy of St. Martin's in the Field, Selbyville, and the Reverend Dr. Marta Iueka from Brandywine Collaborative Ministries, and 1 cleric to fill an unexpired 3-year term, and this is the term for our dear friend Margie Pumphrey, the Reverend Rita Nelson, St. Peter's Church in Lewis. And election of 1 member for a 4-year term to the Disciplinary Board, a lay member, Paul Hurdle III, All Saints Church in St. George's Chapel, Rehoboth Beach. The chair recognizes Nancy Koenig for an introduction of the voting system and to lead us through the elections that are contested.
Good morning. It's nice to be in person again. Just connect to Zoom, and we'll be set to go. Okay, all voting members at this point, as long as you are permitted, please access the voting website, ecd.connect.live. Make sure that you're able to vote. If you have any issues or any questions about voting, we have people at the registration desk that can help you. So when the vote is called, I just want to run over the process one more time. So if you can switch to the next slide. Is Brandon connected to the slide presentation?
Even in person, we can't get away from Zoom.
True. Okay, there we go. Okay, he can't hear the room in live time, so there may be a slight delay, sorry.
I believe in the chat they asked to unmute this so that you could be heard through it. I'll make the unmute button mute.
So let's go ahead and, yeah.
Yeah. Whoever has control of the Zoom. There we go.
Okay. So here we go. The voting process, I just want to refresh your memory. As far as when a vote is called, you click Next button or Next Vote. To make a selection, just check mark 1 or 2 and then continue. Review your selection, and then you want to confirm. You can change it at that point, but you can confirm. And then you'll get a successful green check mark that says your vote is now eligible to be counted. And like I said, if you have any questions or concerns, feel free to go to the registration desk and they can help you if you have connection problems. So this time, since there's no paper ballots, we're going to have the voting process where we vote together, regardless of whether it's clergy or lay, and our friends Data on the Spot will be able to separate the vote if the vote requires it to be voted by orders. So we're going to begin with the diocesan positions. So the first vote and the second vote, if the candidate receives a majority of the vote, then they will be elected. If by the third vote we don't have a majority vote, then what will happen is it will be by plurality that the person would be elected, or the people would be elected. General convention is a little bit different, and I'll get into that when we get closer to the time of actually doing the election. In your booklet, your guidebook, you also have a tally sheet if you want to keep track of the individual votes. So we are ready to start the first election. This will be for diocesan council. We're going to vote for one lay for a 3-year term in Area 2. Is Stephen DeBellis and Pamela Gentile. And I'll ask you to please go ahead, click on Next Vote. And select one person. that better?
Oh, that's great.
Okay. So far, we have 75 votes. Seven votes. So right now we have 95 out of 118. If you're having any issues with the voting process, let us know. The nice thing about this year is we'll be able to show you the results right away instead of running off and counting the votes by paper.
Does anyone need more time?
Okay.
So we got two questions going on. One, you're saying is,
One is written in the chat, Clayton Hall, please mute. I don't know if y'all saw that. Okay. You see the little chat icon there?
It must be going somewhere else.
The mouse.
I'm just waiting for Clayton Hall to respond.
You want the results now?
yeah, so, yeah, does anyone need more time? I think we're ready.
So Bishop, it's just, there's a request in the back of the room that we can't hear. In the back of the room, we can't hear particular, in the back of the room.
Okay, any of the speakers or particularly the
Can you not hear me?
Okay.
Brandon can't hear.
So let's get the results for this first election, please.
Okay. Brandon, we're ready for the results? We're closing the election now.
You need to be unmuted for them to hear you.
He's just preparing the results. So out of 107 votes, the majority would be 54. Stephen DeBellis has been elected to the Diocesan Council.
Next
Is
election.
everybody
Yeah, that's next election,
written
please.
paper? Okay. For Diocesan Council, vote for one lay, 3-year term, Area 5. We have Julia Almont, Allison Ayers, and Scott Nickel. Click on Next Vote to find the ballot and go ahead and make your choice. Okay, give it a minute and click on Next Vote again. Are you able to vote? No? Little technical difficulty. The ballot's now open, so click on Next Vote. And you should see it. Go ahead.
Point of order, Bishop. Ruth Beresford, Christ Church Christiana, 100 Wilmington, Delaware. I can't get to a microphone easily, so I'm going to speak as loudly as possible. The internet seems to be frozen for a number of us in this section, and we cannot get Next Vote to refresh. So if the ballot is open, it might need to stay open for a long time in order for us to be able to vote.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So far, we
That
have
point-
62.
The
So
point is in order. Thank you.
give a few minutes and then just click on Next Vote again.
I don't know.
Cellular data, you get off the Wi-Fi, it's going to move faster and it'll jam over for everyone else.
Yeah.
I don't know that you can do that for dots.
Are we still waiting for internet?
Bishop, Charles Cowan, Trinity, Wilmington. I'm in the same boat as Ruth. My Wi-Fi here is saying UDEL guest is temporarily unavailable. I was able to vote on my cell plan, but that doesn't help our colleagues with laptops.
That's right. All right, so if we have a internet problem, that means that we're going to have to pause voting for a moment until that gets resolved. So who at the conference center can we talk to get the Wi-Fi squared away? Tony's on it. So we're going to stand at ease for just a couple of minutes to see if this is a short-term issue or a long-term. Okay, so it looks like things are, so if you did not have access, and I've seen this group over here, it's coming back online. Okay. All right. So we are now back in session. We're continuing to vote for a lay representative for a 3-year term from Area 5.
You now have 100 votes.
Does anyone need a little more time? Please raise your hand if you could use a little more time. Okay, if we could get the results then. Oh,
We have
there's-
104 votes.
We have one more hand go up.
Ready to close?
You need a little more time? You can't get on. Okay.
We have 108.
Okay, I believe we are now ready. Okay, we're ready now for the results.
All right, now we'll close the results for the voting. And he's just preparing the slide. And just to remind everybody, the paper ballots were much longer, so we just need to be a little patient. We're used to instantaneous, and this is not quite instantaneous, but it's much quicker than before.
That's true.
Okay, so out of 109 votes, 55 is the majority. So in order to be elected to diocesan council, we had to have at least 55, and Julie Almont looks like she received more. So congratulations. We'll move on to the next vote. Everyone have enough time to write their results down? Okay. So for standing committee, we need to vote for one clergy for a 4-year term, the Reverend Kenneth Katona and the Reverend Sheila McDade. Sorry, I knew that. Shelley McDade. Thank you. Ask you to click the next vote button. Ruth, are you having a little bit better luck this time?
I switched to my cell rather than the Wi-Fi.
Good. So far, we have 96. $103. Getting the hang of this now. We have 109. Does anyone need additional time? Okay, we will close the vote. So for the standing committee, we needed to vote for one clergy for a 4-year term. 109 votes, 55 is the majority. And the Reverend Shelley McDade received more than the majority. So she has been elected. So for standing committee, to vote for one lay for a 4-year term, we have Jordan Kinsey, Vernon Proctor, and John Michael Sophus. If you click your next button, you can go ahead and vote. So the vote is now open. You should click on Next and be able to see the ballot. That was quick. 81 people have voted. We have 94 votes. We have 100. Does anyone need additional time? We will close the vote. Looks like we will need an additional ballot for this one. What that means is we had 109 votes. Somebody had to receive 55 or more. So since we did not have someone receive that, we'll have an additional vote. So give us a moment. Let you write this down. It's just preparing the vote. Okay, the vote is open, so please press Next Vote. We have 100 votes so far. We have 106 votes. Does anyone need additional time? We'll close the vote. And with this vote, again, a person needs to receive a majority. So we had 108 votes, 55 being the majority. Looks like Vernon Proctor has been elected. I'll give you a moment to write those results down. And we'll call for our last vote for the diocesan positions. So for trustees, please vote for one lay or clergy for a 6-year term. William Carpenter and Mark Parcells are the two nominees. The ballot is now open, so you can click on Next Vote. We have 100 votes so far. $107 votes. Does anyone need additional time? Okay. We'll close the vote. So we're voting for one clergy or lay for a 6-year term for trustees. There were 109 votes, 55 is the majority. Mark Parcells received 75 and has been elected. So we'll move on to General Convention. You'll all be voting at the same time. Unlike before, we had clergy voting separately. stat on the spot, the voting vendor, will be able to separate your vote by category, by offices, whether they are clergy or lay. So we'll vote together, but your vote will be separated for this particular election. For the first and second ballot, we vote by order. So candidates are required to receive a majority in both clergy and lay in order to be elected. If we need to go to a third vote, then it would be by plurality. But let's work on just the first. So at this time, we're going to vote for 4 clergy for a 3-year term. I ask you to pick one of the 4. So not less than that, not more than that, just 4. The nominees are the Reverend James Bimby, the Reverend Stacy Carpenter, the Reverend Patricia Downey, the Reverend Marianne L., the Reverend Cecily Sawyer Harmon, the Reverend Dr. Marta Iweka, the Reverend Donna Jean Kessling, and the Reverend Ted Olson. Okay, the ballot is ready, so click on Next Vote. If it doesn't happen right away, wait for a moment and click it again. This will take a little time to tally the results, so what we'll do is we'll go to the next ballot once this is closed and elect the lay delegate. Does anyone need additional time? Okay.
I'm gonna do it. Okay.
Tony? Could you hold your hands up so that, Tony, can you help him with the internet or with the connection? They're trying to get to next vote.
Did we send out the next vote yet? Did we send out the next vote yet?
No, we have not set out the lay.
Okay. We haven't sent the one out yet, so they don't have it.
Yeah, so has everyone
So is it-
voted for this election for clergy? All right, does anyone need more time to vote for clergy right now? Okay, we're good, I believe we're good to
All
go.
righty, we will go to the next vote. So for general convention lay, we're going to vote for 4 lay for a 3-year term. D.L. Casson, Jennifer Christie, Richard Gessner, John Rainier, John Michael Sophus, Nana Soto, Helen Spence, and Michael Wood. So the vote is now open. You can click on Next Vote. This is where we have our breathe break.
Indeed.
Okay? Our breathe break. We need to get the results.
Okay, the results are being tallied, so you want to just stand up for a second? Would that be helpful? Just stand up? If you have Wi-Fi, please stand up. If you don't, yeah, please, just a second to stretch if you like. Yes.
Does anyone need additional time to vote for the lay delegate?
Wait, I thought you said we needed to stretch.
I see stretches. Yeah, so that they can get the results from the vote.
Okay, yeah, so it's closed then, right?
Not yet.
We shouldn't let them stretch.
Okay. So if you still need to vote, please vote. I gave us a stretch break while the ballot was still open, but if you still need to vote, does anyone need more time before we close this election? Okay.
We're good.
All right, well, I think we can close this election. Well, Madam Chairman, if you will stand by while the election, just stay nearby, and then when the election results are ready, let me know. We'll go ahead and continue with our next order of business.
Sounds good.
And then review those results and then continue with our election. Is this better? Be careful what you ask for. Thank you. Well, I thank you for letting me know. Someone had said they were having trouble hearing in the back, and that's because I put the microphone way over there. So thank you. Thank you. This time the chair recognizes our Madam Secretary regarding the reports from ministry.
So again, I refer you to my new best friend here, the Convention Guidebook. And on page 14 is a QR code, which we've gotten used to using in restaurants lately. And you can also find the ministry reports from the QR code. And if you despise QR codes, they are on the website also.
The ministry reports have been presented. Is there a second to receive them? Second. Are there any questions? All those in favor of receiving the reports as submitted, say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, so ordered. At this time, I would like the chair recognizes D.L. Casson, the chair of our deputation to the last General Convention. She's a member of Saints Andrew and Matthew Parish in Wilmington, and recognize Helen Spence, who was an alternate deputy to General Convention. She is a parishioner at St. Thomas's in Newark. And the Reverend Patricia Downing, rector of Trinity and Old Swedes, who was and Patty served as a clergy deputy to our last General Convention.
Thank you, Bishop. Hello, church. Hello. Good to hear your voices. It was an honor to be the chair most days. And I want to really sincerely thank all of our deputies. I don't think the prophet Isaiah was thinking about COVID when he said, "Behold, I am doing a new thing." But this was the convention that was delayed. It was 4 years after the last. Shorter, meaning 4 days. Smaller, because we could only have our deputies, 4 in each order, and 1 alternate in each order, which meant they had to do yeoman's work. We did a lot of work in advance by Zoom, which really was great, and I hope that they'll continue to do that. And we were masked. And if you give us enough drinks, Patty and I might talk a little bit about being sergeant at arms in an environment where everybody has to be masked, and not everybody wanted to be. And they couldn't eat on the floor. And if you've gone to convention, you know not having snacks, it's like, what do you mean? But it was an honor, and it was extraordinary. And we did huge work. Even though it was shorter, we still, all of us, had to still know those resolutions, over 400 of them. And even though we moved many of them to the consent calendar, we still had to be able to speak to them if needed. And I thank, with great sincerity, the deputies, because they really did work hard. But we also had some fun. The other thing that I want to thank those who were not able to go because of the change of schedule and all other kinds of things. There were some deputies who were elected who weren't able to attend. Thank you for having put up with all that had to be done in advance and for participating as much as you could, but we missed you. I want to turn this now to Helen, who, as I said, did amazing work, to give you a sense of what we did. Helen?
Thank you. So because these two ladies were sergeants at arms, we were sitting in the very front of the room. I mean, practically on the dais, but not quite. Because I was an alternate, I also had the opportunity to sit in the back of the room, which is a very different perspective from any I have had in the past. Unlike all the others, of course, as she said, this was shorter. It was much more intense. And the things that have always made General Convention are the ability to reconnect with people that you know from other dioceses, people that have been in your diocese and moved to somebody else's diocese, whatever. Hardly any of that took place. We were not able to have Eucharist every morning with our friends in the House of Bishops. They had theirs, we had ours, but we didn't have it together. The triennium for the ECW was not there. The exposition, where you can buy anything around the world, is not there. There was a lot missing from this convention. But we made the best of a bad situation. We had fun within our group, including this whole voting thing. Oh my word, you think what we went through a little while ago is bad? You got no clue what it's like when you got 800 people trying to log in at the same time to vote. Not fun. So we had that problem. We just enjoyed the time of being together as a deputation. We didn't have to do anything late at night. We had all of our meetings over our meals. We ate al fresco so that we could be outside and be safe. We got to have Bishop Brown with us most of the time, which was great because we like Bishop Brown. It's good to have him with us. And we did 421 resolutions. And thanks to the dear Deputy Terry Quinn Gray, who was on the Committee for Dispatch of Business, we knew what resolutions were coming up the night before, so we really had a chance to read them. Thank you, Terry. We began every day in worship. We heard 4 phenomenal sermons. The presiding bishop, the current president of the House of Deputies, the newly elected member of the president of the House of Deputies, and the bishop of the Diocese of Maryland, who was our host. It was a time of hard stories around the room, a lot of hard work. It was a time of tremendous joy in electing Julia Ayala Harris, the first Latina, the youngest woman ever elected to the president of the House of Deputies. Time of great joy in electing the first indigenous person and the first woman ever as the vice president of the House of Deputies. Because the House of Deputies only meets once every 3 years, this is our only chance to be together. The House of Bishops meets a couple times a year, right? 2 or 3? So this is our time. And it was worth every minute we spent sitting in those chairs masked and not being able to talk to each other, but I'm looking forward to having it be a little more like normal next time. Thank you.
I'm blessed to be on what was Program Budget and Finance, so we deal with the budget of the Episcopal Church. It's 701 line items, and you too can read it. But the biggest thing we did, not only did we pass that budget, but the biggest thing that came out of this General Convention was a change in the budgeting process for the Episcopal Church. No longer will we have Program Budget and Finance, which was a 32-member committee that received the budget from the Executive Committee, then it went to Program Budget and Finance, then it went to Convention. We've cut out the middleman. The new budgeting process is in development right now. I think it will be a committee of about 16 people who will deal with all 701 line items. So it was really quite good process and conversation. And one of the things that happened online and one of the things that happens in the floor of General Convention is conversation, prayerful debate, prayerful engagement of issues and policies for the Episcopal Church. And at this convention, most of the resolutions were put on hold to be taken up by the next General Convention because we honestly didn't have the time, nor did we have a fully crafted way to do this. I don't know about you, but the first time y'all did a Zoom meeting for your annual meeting, it probably was a little hairy and a little shorter than you normally would do it. And as we learn and lean into this technology, we expand how we use it and the ways in which it aids our work together. But what we also learned in the Episcopal Church is that we like to be together. So in the budget for the next 2 years, there are monies to bring those committees and commissions together in person to begin their work, and then they can decide whether or not it can be done remotely or whether it needs to still be done in person. So I thank you for the opportunity, and I will leave you with the one thing I said on the floor of the House. Why doesn't Jesus eat M&Ms? They fall through the holes in his hands.
Recording secretary, did you get all of that, including the joke at the end? Okay. That will go down in the annals of diocesan record. Do we have results yet? Okay. At this time, the chair recognizes the chair of the Elections Committee.
Okay, so we have elected 2 of the 4 that we need for clergy, the Reverend Patricia Downey and the Reverend Deacon Cecily Sawyer-Harmon. In order to qualify or to be elected, you have to have a majority in both orders. So you see up at the top, the total vote of clergy was 42. The majority is 42. I'm sorry, 22. And you see those 2 received the majority. In lay, there were a total of 68 votes, 35 being the majority. So we will have a second vote for the clergy. And we'll give you a few minutes to write down the totals.
So does anyone have a question, a point of clarification? If you do, this would be a time to ask.
Okay. The vote is now open, so go ahead and click on Next Vote. This is to elect 2 clergy. Does anyone need more time? Okay. Anyone need more time? Okay, it looks like we can close this vote. And we'll move on to the lay election. The good news is this is the only vote we'll have. So D.L. Casson, John Rainey, Helen Spence, and Michael Wood will be our delegates, our lay delegates to General Convention. We'll give you a few minutes to write these numbers down.
And for clarification, the four who are elected will serve as our deputies, and then the others will be alternates.
That vote is coming.
Actual vote for alternates?
Yes. Because we need to know. Good question, I'm sorry. We will have another vote for both clergy and for lay for the alternates so that they can be ranked according to the number of votes they receive. So a first alternate, second alternate, etc. And that vote is strictly by plurality.
Okay.
Bishop, if you'd like to move to the next, we'll wait for the results.
Okay. All right, while the results are being tallied, we will move to another order of business. The chair recognizes Madam Secretary, who will read resolutions from the previous General Convention, the 80th General Convention, read it by title, that are sent to each diocese. This is to inform us of things that the convention, particular items that are required by, that General Convention did that each diocese is required to know about, and then how you can get more information about these.
The first is A031. It is trying to amend the Constitution and canons relating to the mergers of dioceses. A059, which is to amend Article 10 relating to the Book of Common Prayer. That's the first reading of that one. And then Amendment 157, which is to amend Article 1, Section 7, related to the scheduling of General Convention. Anyone interested can read the full three different resolutions on our website, on our convention website page. And anyone interested in making comments or concerns about these resolutions will be urged to reach out to our deputies, the ones just being elected, before the 2024 General Convention. And if you need to reach them and you don't know how to reach them, our mission support office stands ready to make the connection for you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? The link is here on the slide, and that will take you to the full text of the resolutions. All right, we're getting close. Are we still waiting for tally for votes? Okay. Chair recognizes Secretary of Convention for announcements.
So, like pre-boarding on an airplane, we are going to dismiss this room when we dismiss it. Don't leave now. By those that would like a moment of assistance. So, if you need more time, we're going to ask you to leave first. And for the more able-bodied, the people that can run up the runway, to please wait a minute or two. There is plenty of lunch. And speaking of that, I'll give you a precursor of what lunch is. If you have pre-ordered because of a dietary need, you find Tony Snow at the registration desk, and she will provide you your specialized box lunch. For the remainder, there are three choices. A steakhouse chopped salad that's in a box, a Caesar salad, also in a box, and a chicken ciabatta, which I'm pretty sure is in a box but on a roll. We will be eating in the banquet hall where we were last night to hear the bishop's address. We ask that you log off, which you probably could do now. Oh, not yet. Oh, no, sorry, I'm being told that was wrong. Log off the voting platform before you leave the room. And you need to log back in. It says 12:30, but we could probably running 10 minutes late, so 12:40. To reestablish the quorum for the afternoon. And those are the announcements that I'm supposed to make.
Thank you. We'll leave the time at 12:30 to log back in. It starts at 12:30 up until 1 o'clock to form the quorum. So thank you. Thank you.
We do have the results.
Thank you.
So we will have yet another vote. We don't have anyone receiving a majority, so we will now vote by plurality, which means everybody's going to vote, and whoever receives the majority. Now, the next vote will only be for 2 people, because we already have 2. So, it is open? Okay. Perfect. Click on next button, next vote.
Is it better to have these results on the screen or their faces? The results are more helpful for some, I think.
Okay.
Would that be your preference? Okay. If you would leave these results on the screen, please.
We'll leave the results on the screen. So far, we have 90 votes. Does anyone need additional time? Okay.
Do we need any more time? Does anyone need? All right. You guys are dreaming about that chicken ciabatta, aren't you? I know.
Don't push one over the other. They're third.
Okay.
The Caesar, you're dreaming about the Caesar salad. That's, I know what you.
Okay, we have 109 votes. So we will close this. We're all being very patient. Okay, we have results. And it looks like the Reverend James Bimby and the Reverend Ted Olson will be the remaining two deputies to General Convention. We're ready for alternate vote?
I think we're ready for lunch.
Okay.
And so thank you, and we
We'll work on
will
alternate
pick
later.
up voting after lunch. So the chair recognizes our chaplain to prepare us for a meal. Thank you to the Elections Committee, Madam Chairwoman.
Let us pray. Earth maker and Lord of all creation, we are mindful that this food that we are about to receive has already been blessed by the sun, the earth, and the rain. May it restore our strength, giving us new energy, and once refreshed, may we give new pleasure to you who gives us all. Give us your blessing and bless this food. Amen.
Amen. We stand adjourned until, convention is adjourned until 1 o'clock.
Let us pray. Creator, bless our eyes that we may see with love. Bless our mouths that we may speak with love. Bless our hearts that we may give and receive love. Bless our hands that all we touch feels loved. Amen.
Thank you. So a quick check on the quorum. Do we have those results? They haven't been sent up here to the head table. So I'm sure you guys have all logged in to establish a quorum. We just need to get the results from our. So as we're waiting for those to come in, we'll announce that we're not going to do any voting until we get get those numbers squared away. Are you ready? The chair recognizes the secretary.
We have 25. Oh, they're trickling in. Vote, register faster, guys, come on. You're going to get me in trouble with the bishop. But it looks like we're fine. We have 25 clergy, of which we needed 20, and we have, 37 lay. Oh, we're up to 42 lay. We're ready.
All right, we have enough lay. All right. So we have enough. Continue to log in, but now that we have a quorum, we can continue with our business. But those of you who have not signed in, please go ahead and do so. Chair recognizes the chairman of the Commission on Ministry, Reverend Jeff Ross of St. Peter's, Lewis, for a presentation on the commission.
So I don't know about all of you, but I was taught in my seminary to do three things: be brief, be kind, be gone. So just want to tell you a quick story. It's a story I think that 1/3 of the churches in this diocese can tell as well. 1681, there were a group of Christians meeting in Lewis that wanted to have an Episcopal church there, an Anglican church there. And so they wrote a letter to the Society of the Propagation of the Gospel. And in short order, 30 years, they were able to send a priest over to Lewis. My point in telling you that story is not that we got a priest, but to tell you that the story and the life of the people of God in that town were the faithful people who gathered together and prayed together. They were lay leaders who gathered first in the courthouse there and then built their own church so that when their priest came, they would be able to take off, not knowing that they'd get a priest who didn't want to really be in the New World, hated mosquitoes and hated swamplands. And when a pirate ship came up the coast, jumped on his horse, went to Annapolis, sent a note to London and said, "You can send my check here." However, 10 years later, we were able to get another priest. We're in a time of change within the church. I've only been ordained 25 years, but it is not the church that I was ordained into. We've all seen a lot of different changes in the lives of our community. And the challenge of clergy, the availability of clergy to serve congregations, has been one that every congregation here in Delaware has faced. The good news, and the point of the story that I told you, is that we are not alone. And that there are answers in our wheelhouse, in our history, that we can draw upon. Under the excellent leadership of John Pumphrey, and the commissional ministry has been engaged in a conversation about the place of baptism in our life, and about how baptism is really, literally, the font of ministry for the church. Everything that we do comes out of that water. And so to respond to that, the commission has been looking at baptism as a way to rejuvenate the way that we lead worship and lead our congregations. And part of that, an important part of that, is to empower the laity of our parishes to be able to help us do that. And so after a considerable study of a variety of different training programs around the country, under the excellent leadership of Charles Cowan, we have selected to establish a partnership with the Stevenson School. Stevenson School is in the Diocese of Central Pennsylvania. They've already partnered with 5 other dioceses across the Episcopal Church, as well as a couple of Lutheran synods. One of them is the Virgin Islands, which I hope to have to visit just to see the effects of their work and training down there. But what we want to do is capitalize on the canons of the church that enable us to recruit lay worship leaders and lay preachers to help serve our congregations. What this will mean will be probably 32 different answers, because that's how many congregations I think are in the diocese right now. For some of us, that may mean that a congregation that can't call a priest or cannot find a priest will be able to have lay people raised up to lead morning prayer and also to occasionally preach. For other congregations where the rector would like to take a vacation once in a while and can't find supply, there might be the possibility of training people within the congregation to help provide coverage during that time. Those are just 2 answers. There will be a wide variety of it, but we are excited about the possibility that our bishop has given us in his willingness to establish these lay licenses is something active in the life of the parishes of Delaware. We're excited to work with Canon Martha as she continues to help inspire and encourage collaboratives around the state, particularly down in Sussex County. And we're excited about the possibility that if you start this journey and you discern that you are called to be a lay worship leader or a lay preacher, but later the Holy Spirit keeps working on you and calling forth other things, that the work that you did to get those licenses will be able to be built upon as you pursue perhaps a call to the vocational diaconate or even the priesthood. The Stevenson School offers a wide variety of possibilities for what we will be able to do here in Delaware, and we're just excited about what lies ahead. My deep thanks to all the members of the commissional ministry. My promise to you that I'm going to have all the stuff up on the website from our discernment day on October 1st. I hope to have that up by December 1st. But in the meantime, I'd ask you to pray and consider where God is calling you in your leadership in the life of the church, whether you're lay or ordained, and to dream about the possibilities that we may have to help us move forward and meet the current challenges that face our church. As I said, this is not something new for the church. 1/3 of the parishes in this room were all fed by the dedication of the laity that helped establish them before the War of Revolution and helped to keep them going when a priest couldn't be found. And we can borrow from that rich history to build a road to our future. So please continue to pray for the commission. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. Please go to our website after December 1st. You'll find the Diocesan Discernment Day up there, as well as a roadmap for those who are seeking to be licensed lay ministers, licensed for worship leaders, licensed preachers, license. We'll be adding other licenses in the future that are provided by the canon, those who are seeking vocational diaconate, and those who are seeking the priesthood. And above all, please continue to pray for the Holy Spirit as we meet what lies ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Chair recognizes Frank Daniels, the Treasurer of Diocesan Council and a member of St. Paul's Church in Camden.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. This afternoon, I'm going to give you the Treasurer's Report, which will look at three different things. It is the same report that I used when I did the pre-budget hearings last week on a Wednesday and a Saturday. I would just ask that if you have any questions at all, go ahead and raise your hand. When I finish with part of my presentation, I will acknowledge you and hopefully be able to answer all your questions. Can I get the next chart, please? What you're looking at is the Finance Committee that put this together over the course of this year. I would also ask if any of you would like to be part of this committee, please get a hold of myself or Canon Judy. And I must tell you that without Canon Judy at the bottom, a lot of this work would never, ever get done. She is really the straw that really makes this whole thing work. You know, we do a lot of work on the Budget Committee. We interface with the Personnel Committee and the Finance Committee. But it's Judy that really makes this thing work. Could I get the next chart, please? So why am I here today? What I will do is I will ask for a motion that the convention, all of you here in the convention, accept the Diocesan Council approved draft budget. We presented this budget to Council in October. They approved it, and that's what we're going to show you here today. Can I get the next chart, please? What I'm going to do is look at three things. Just go through the budget process that we use since we changed the convention to November. I'll give you a projection of what we think is going to happen at the end of this fiscal year, 2022, and then I will present to you the proposed draft budget for 2023. Next chart, please. If you look at this budget process review, this is the process that we currently use. What I really want to highlight is that first bullet where it says June, finance collaboration with the trustees. In discussion with the bishop this year, as the bishop sat down to work with us, and a lot of the changes that he wanted to make that he presented to you yesterday. One of the things we're going to do next year is to have a trustee representative at our budget meetings in June, and whenever we need one, ask him to come down so that we kind of know where the trustees are and where we are as we start to build this budget. You can see in July there's a couple of things we sent out to get everything done. The acceptance letters that we send out, we ask for all the parishes in the diocese, the 33 of you, to return to us by 1 September. I realize that's very difficult for some of you. I would tell you by the time we presented this budget to Council, we had 16 of the 33 acceptances received. So we're on a pretty good piece there. In August, we get what the trustees do at the Master Fund Day. I try to do the COLA calculation in September. I try to do that as late in September as possible, just prior to our Finance Committee in September. On September, it says the Bishop Council input to new initiatives. Really, the Bishop and the Council works together from the beginning of the year. Whenever we are at a Council meeting, if we have a budget question, we discuss that with Council. The Bishop sits into many of our meetings, so we kind of know what his thinking is and get his philosophy, etc. The Finance Committee in the September-October timeframe reviews it depending on when Council meets in October, then Council votes it in October, and of course we bring that here to you in November. Next chart, please. This is what we think is going to happen in 2022, and the next chart will give you all the dollar amounts. I just wanted to give you some of the highlights. We believe we'll get acceptances at budget, which is approximately $970,000. We're projecting a surplus of $77,000. Now, the numbers we're going to give you are as of September 30th. because we had to get those all done to get to council in October. There were a number of, approximately 10 of the different areas, accounts we have in the budget that were less than budget for a variety of reasons. So this is what we think will happen with those 10 different accounts. There were a few accounts that are going to be over, but it's not by that much. I think it's approximately less than 10K. So we think we're going to get the surplus, and I want to explain to you on the next budget, on the next slide, if you will, why we believe there'll be a surplus and what caused that surplus. So could I get the next chart? There are two columns here that I really want to discuss. The left-hand column, it says approved, and this is what the convention approved last year. We were looking at a deficit at the time after we used some reserves of approximately $13,000. So what happened during the year to cause this change? If you look at total revenues, the 1,676 that was approved, we were projecting 1,763. Why that approximate $87,000 difference? Well, we got funding from three sources that we didn't know at the beginning of the year. From the Jesse Ball DuPont Fund for racial healing, we got around $45,000. From the United Thank Offering, we got $7K for racial justice. And surprise of surprises, we got about $36,000 or $37,000 from the IRS for refunds for payroll because we did the PPPs during COVID. So when you add those to that, that's how you get the 1,763. So that gives us a surplus of about $77,000. We brought in reserves of $15,000 from an expense for the Pain and Prayer Project. We add that in because it was not in a projected total revenues. So that gives us that we're going to send to a surplus of $92,900 total. We'll send that to capital reserve, and I'll explain to you in the next couple of charts how we're going to use that for the 2023 budget. Next chart, please. 2023. We are proposing a deficit of approximately $25,000, and I'll explain to you how we get to that. The cost of living is 7.1%. That 7.1% was the formula that I used to come up with after looking at a lot of econometric models to think what's going to happen next year in our economy and what we think is going to happen by the end of this year in 2022. We looked across the country to see what a lot of folks were doing. The average was about 5.5%. There were some parishes that are not doing anything, believe it or not, and some only 1 or 2 or 3%. The benefit premium's got a 3% increase. If you look at revenue and support, we did get an additional $75,800 for the trustees for the two positions that the bishop was talking about, $20,000 for the Pain and Prayer, and then we're going to use $98,000 out of working capital reserve. That 20 and 98 is going to be the 118 that you'll see on the next chart. The highlight program changes are the mission office, the Missioners for Racial Justice and Youth Campus. That's where you see that $75,000 that the bishop was able to go to the trustees to get that money, which really helps tremendously, or else we would have a much larger deficit. So those are really kind of the highlights for the 2023 budget after discussing with the bishop and what he was looking at and how we thought 2023 would come out. So if you go to the next budget. This will show you exactly all the accounts in the budget and where all the sources of revenue and where all the expenses are going. We're looking at that $1.7 million in revenue, and that $75,000 that you saw we got from the trustees is up where it says diocesan trustee management funds, $603,000. That's where that is. You'll notice that we're projecting approximately 975,000 acceptances from all the 33 parishes. The expenses, we summarized all the major accounts. If you go on, and it shows you down there the 1.87 million. So that's the 142,000 deficit. That 118,000 where it says other revenue, that's the money we're going to bring in from reserves. Some of that is coming from working capital and some of it is coming from the program reserve. Those funds are available to us because in previous years, I want to say probably, I've been treasurer now for 2 years to the diocese, so I would have to go back probably 5 to 7 to 10 years. Say over the course of that, because we're a 50C3 organization, when you look at the fact that we're showing a deficit of $24,000, In theory, a lot of people would argue, well, why can't that be zero? It could be, because we could move another 24,000 if we wanted to, but we're choosing not to do that. Because what happens is, Judy and I, over the course of the year, every quarter, we will start looking at where are we on the budget at the end of this quarter. Do we need to move any funds? Do we not need to move any funds? So they don't get all moved over at once. It's kind of done cyclically, as needed or not needed. And then we look at what's being expended by all the different accounts within the diocesan budget itself. So that's how we get to that 24,000. Does anybody have any questions?
Patty Downing, Trinity, Wilmington. So essentially, we're looking at a $142,000 deficit. Is that sustainable year after year?
If it was going to be 100, if we did not have the program reserves that we have, I would say the answer to that question, ma'am, is no. However, given the fact that we have the program reserves and we have some working capital reserves, that after we look at that, we can bring that money in because that cash is available to us. We get it down to 24, and the question is, will we need 24 or not? I don't know.
And my follow-up question is, those reserves, how much exists in that can be used year after year after year? Do we have 118,000 to be used year after year after year?
After this year, depending on what we use this year, we'll still have in the program reserve about 122K, and the working capital will have about 128K. So the money is there. The question is, will or not we need it? And to get back to your other question, as a 501c3 organization, one could make a lot of different arguments and discussions about whether or not you should carry a deficit. You know, some folks have said to me, we need to zero that out. Well, theoretically, we could, but then we're moving money out of accounts that are potentially earning interest that we're going to lose that potentially we don't need. So that's why we look at the budget every quarter to see where we are, what do we need, what do we not need, do we need to move any money, do we need to move more money. The other thing is, well, I just let it go at that because I don't want to get into a discussion of a potential surplus with a 501c3. That's probably not a good thing because then you're not doing supposedly what you're doing as a 501c3. In theory, anyway, let's put it that way. Yes, ma'am.
Ruth Beresford, Christ Church, Christiana 100, Wilmington. So the numbers that you just gave were about $250,000 in reserves funds between those two funds.
About that.
About that. And we're going to spend about $118,000 of those two reserves.
No, there's more than that now. The money I gave you is after we take the reserves out of it.
So there's more than $368,000 in those two reserve funds.
There are funds there, yes, ma'am.
Which have been building up over years as we have underspent. We've had surpluses year after year.
Well, I think what's happened is, with surpluses year after year, I can only talk to the last 2 or 3 years as I have been the treasurer.
Mm-hmm.
When I came on, COVID hit. So that caused a lot of problems. I think what you're seeing for what we're projecting for the end of 2022 is probably the tail, I'm hoping the tail result anyway, of COVID. So I'm hoping that in 2023 that we come fairly close to something like this.
Okay. So I guess if there's somebody who can answer the question, have those reserves been built up year by year by surpluses
I would have
and budgets?
to assume the answer to the question is yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because that's where we put our reserves.
Correct.
Or our surpluses.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks to me that the increase in the expenses for 2023 are in hiring staff. Just as I've looked at through the expenses and in the short order here, that the 2023 increase that's causing the deficit is with an addition of staff positions.
Yes, but the bulk of that increase in staff costs was the $75,000 provided by the trustees.
I'm just wondering about sustainability, and I'm also wondering about the congregations giving to support the diocese year by year, when those funds become surpluses then for the diocese to use, are we building a sustainable and practical way of both income and income use, expenses for the diocese? Adding staff positions is then, you don't add a staff position for a year, you add a staff position for a number of years.
Mm-hmm.
Is the funding for that going to come from those reserves and we're just going to spend them down?
Or it is my understanding now that the positions we were added this year, the trustees are going to fund for the next 3 to 4 years.
Thank you.
A canon for finance, I believe, has something to say at microphone 1. And one thing to note, because getting up in and out, if you would like to speak but are challenged because you're in the middle, if you will stand up and raise your hand, we'll bring a microphone to you. Make it a little bit easier for the conversation.
So I'd like to address I'm short.
Your name, please?
I am short. I'd like to
Excuse
address...
me, Canon, would you identify yourself, please?
Oh, yes, I'm the canon.
Well, no, to the mic.
Okay, I'm the canon for finance and administration. They never give me a mic, all right? So this is why. So one of the things that has occurred, an answer to Reverend Beresford's question, is that we have moved a position that was in the middle of congregational development, congregations in transition. That vendor contractor was moved from those categories into part of the Mission Support Office. Though the cost of that is not adding an additional new person. It's movement, and if we could compare them side by side, you would see those shifts so that the 2 part-time positions that are funded by the trustees are new, but that's part of the bishop's 5-year look at what he'd like the diocese to do. But that other position is just by reallocating from ministry lines into mission support to do and continue the work, one of which is the School for Lay Ministry. Does that sort of answer that? Or maybe not.
Would you speak to also COLA this year as well, the cost of living increase, and where that shows up in the budget as well?
Sure. That shows up, if you will, hold on a second, get my notes here. That will show up in the compensation to bishop and staff and the total benefits bishop and staff. And the way we came up with that calculation, let me spend a couple minutes and explain that to all of you.
Well, let me see if there's a question about that before. I'm not sure there's a real question. There may be, but thank you. Microphone 1.
You can go ahead and finish with the original question. I have another topic.
Oh, okay.
So go ahead.
Um,
They just told me to stand here, so I'm following instructions.
Yes, ma'am. This diocese has been using a formula since 1994 to calculate what the COLA is for the next year. When inflation is in this, I want to say 2 to 4.5% rate, that calculation econometrically works very, very well. It gives you a really good, solid number for what you think is going to happen in the following year. Unfortunately, we're at the point in time where we haven't seen inflation since the 1980s. Just to give everyone in here an idea of what that means, when I bought my first house in 1980, my interest rate on my mortgage was 16%. Right now, mortgage rates are a little over 7%. If the Fed meets again in second week in December and they raise it either by a 0.5 percentage point or 0.75 percentage point, you're going to see them go up again because the 10-year Treasury note is going to go up. So what does that mean to us? The way the calculation works is we try and project what the inflation rate will be next year. And to that, we go ahead and we look at what do we think the inflation rate is going to be this year, we subtract from that the COLA we gave last year, and then we use what is known as a smoothing factor, which I think is a very good idea when the individuals built this model. So I am estimating, based on all the research I did and any econometric news that I could read, and I'm guessing that in 2023, inflation will be somewhere around 4%. I'm hoping that I'm close to what that number is. Then the question is, what will inflation be in 2022? If you're going to get Social Security, if you're getting Social Security, on January 1, 2023, you will get an 8.7% increase in your Social Security. Now, does that mean inflation is going to be 8.7% by that time? No, because the Social Security calculation is done using the last 3 months of the quarter of last fiscal year of 22 compared to the last quarter of fiscal year 21. And they do a calculation, you come up with a number, and that's how it's done. When I'm estimating, and I'm trying to be somewhat conservative because I think we might be, but I just don't know because inflation's come down a little bit last month to 7.7%. I'm estimating around 6.5%. When you subtract that from the 2.9 we gave last year, and because that 6.5 is greater than the 2.9, you subtract another 0.5%, that's our smoothing factor. That comes up with 3.1%. When you add that to the 4%, you get to 7.1. So I am taking some, and I will be polite, just some swags, if you will. And I think I'm going to be fairly close, I hope. I'm hoping that we're going to see inflation abate a little bit, but a lot is going to happen, is going to be not content, but a lot's going to happen on what happens with fuel oil prices in the next 6 to 8 weeks as we get into winter, especially in the Northeast. The cost of fuel oil is going to be exorbitant. The cost of gas is going to go up. What that does to inflation, I don't know. One of the things I will tell you the Federal Reserve does is they look at core inflation. Core inflation takes out the fuel increases and purchases for food and whatnot. The Fed likes to keep core inflation at about 2.5%. We're at probably well over, close to 8% now. Core inflation had risen to 6.9% at the end of September. I don't know what it is in October. I have to go back and look. But the key is they're projecting core inflation in 2023 to be 3 and 3.5%. So that's why I came up with the 4%.
Thank you.
It is.
Mr. Treasurer, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Well, I want to go ahead and if there are any additional questions on COLA, we'll
okay.
get those.
I'm sorry.
And then, but microphone one.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Bishop. My name's Katie Hughes. I'm from St. Nicholas. And my big thrust for being in the Episcopal Church is the youth. And so I'm thrilled that we have delegates now that are our youth. So I'm curious about this $59,000 support for youth. I know you can't give me line by line what you've spent, but a general idea what that $59,000 is. I'm concerned about the changes in the Episcopal Church and in all of, the United States and the number of youth that are not coming to church. And so what is it that we're spending for $59,000 to support for the youth? It's probably about the fourth line down from your expenses. So just a general idea, what are we spending on our youth? And how can we get more youth into the Episcopal Church? That's for all of you guys.
Yes, Mr. Treasurer, how can we get more youth into the Episcopal Church?
That $59,000, man, comes from 3 separate accounts. Part of that the bulk of that goes to Camp Arrowhead for youth. There's campus ministry at University of Delaware, and then there's youth ministries that we added this year. So that's where those funds are going to, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Also for youth, next year we're hiring the two missioners. Those are the part-time positions that the treasurer referred to. One is a missioner for youth, and who will work to support the existing youth programs, and then churches that are interested in getting their youth program started, we'll have a diocesan resource to help with that. And the second is a missioner for racial justice, another part-time position to help coordinate the work of the diocese around the all-important work of social justice, racial justice. But those two positions will show up in salary benefits. You won't see the youth under the youth line there. Microphone one.
Mr. Treasurer, Brad Hinton, St. David's in Wilmington. Could you help us understand a little bit more about the support for wider church line item? I'm specifically hoping that that includes our costs for the next general convention.
Yes, it does. There's money in there for the next convention. Yes, there is.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Mr. Treasurer, if you would move the budget, we're kind of talking about it right now. Are we prepared to move it and then actually?
Yes, I'd like to move the convention accept the budget.
Is there a second? Second. Is there? Now we can have conversation. All right. Seeing none, I believe that we are ready to vote. This is the budget that was approved by Diocesan Council in October and recommended to this body for passage for 2023. All those in favor of approving the budget as presented, say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, so ordered. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, and thank you to the members of the Finance Committee for your hard work. I also would like to note that I hear the questions about sustainability. I think that's an exact right kind of question to ask. And also the question about if surpluses and where they have gone and how they will be used. And those are very important questions to be asked, and not just to assume that we will continue to grow the budget because we got money in the bank, because that money is going to run out. That's just not a good way to manage. So I hear those and share those concerns. I would just like to offer that to the convention. At this time, the chair recognizes the senior warden from Christ Church, Delaware City, to come forward for a presentation. And I believe there's another delegate from Delaware City who's coming as well.
Good afternoon. Don't do well in bright lights. Christ Church, Delaware City is suspending operating as a parish on December 25th of this year. This has been a prayerful, thoughtful decision made by our church family, knowing that although finances are not the issue, without sufficient people to carry out God's work, sustainability is not achievable. We have an interesting history. In 1847, the Reverend Andrew Freeman and Reverend Thomas Billop were appointed as a committee to organize a Protestant Episcopal Church in Delaware City. Christ Church was organized on May 28th of 1848, when Bishop Lee officiated for the first time to a congregation assembled in the Methodist Church. The church was officially admitted into the full union following that diocesan convention. A house of worship was provided by the Commissions of Public School District 76, who authorized the use of the schoolhouse. On February 16, 1849, the congregation purchased the property where the church now stands. Construction for the church commenced in April of that year. On February 22nd, 1851, the first worship service was held. The church, the church was formally consecrated by Bishop Lee on December 13th, 1857. The design of the building was based on the Church of the Redeemer for seamen, an ornate floating edifice that served the needs of the Port of Philadelphia and sailors along the Delaware River from 1849 to 1853. The church does not have a center aisle. It has 2 aisles evenly spaced on either side of the center, much like this room. And as a floating vessel, that would have been necessary to ensure, got off my notes, to ensure balance while they were on the water. Our life of this church has provided a positive impact in Delaware City and the surrounding community. We have a food closet that is operated in collaboration with 3 other Delaware City churches. AA meets in our parish hall. Our Strove Tuesday pancake supper is served to the community at no charge. Part of our outreach consists of providing supplies to the elementary school, including clothing for the children who have accidents and need to change during the day. We've hosted Good Friday and Thanksgiving services in collaboration with other churches in the community that have congregations too small to effectively hold individual services on these occasions. Recently, we opened our church to share space with a church that is holding services in a park. We hold our service in the morning, theirs is in the afternoon. We have not had the benefit of a full-time priest for approximately 25 years. We operated with part-time priests, followed by the participation in the Southern Newcastle County Collaborative with 3 other parishes in the late 90s. When that dissolved, we returned to having part-time priests until our most recent priest, Pastor Arlene Favreau Pfizer, retired in November of 2020. Since that time, we've operated as a lay-led ministry with worship leaders and soliciting supply priests to provide communion services once or twice a month. Our congregation began to decline long before Pastor Arlene retired. At this time, we averaged 17 attendees for Sunday service. Approximately 56% of our members are over 70. 38% are between 50 and 69, which leaves us with only 6% under the age of 50. This reduces the resource pool for volunteers to carry out the duties and services necessary to continue providing spiritual and emotional support expected from a church or the administrative responsibilities. It is time for us to thank God for the love and blessings He has given us, that we've experienced, and to ask what will follow and how He wants us to serve Him next. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Beautiful, heartfelt. Please be seated. It is not an easy thing to do what Carol has done here today, and I thank you and the people of Christ Church for coming and sharing with us this. This decision was made following the work that the Church of the Nativity had done, the model that they had done over the last few years, a very understanding that these are difficult decisions and to try to make them as fact-based as possible because they're emotional.
Yeah.
And you guys dug into it, you got the metrics. I saw the percentages you gave us right there. That's
Right.
part of the work that you had done. And it was last Sunday, I believe, the Sunday
Yes.
before last, that your
Yeah.
vestry, that your,
The leadership team, yeah.
Yep.
Well, the whole congregation, actually,
voted
yeah.
To
Yeah.
suspend services.
Yeah.
And the witness that you have had in Delaware City has been beautiful, and it is a testament to the life of this diocese, what you have done, in the sense that the Spirit may still be at work.
Oh.
We don't give up.
The Spirit doesn't go away.
The Spirit doesn't go away. Amen. So, fellow churches in Delaware, I urge you, tomorrow, when you get to church, get your vestry to send letters immediately. Every church, we did this for Nativity, every church in the diocese, whether you're right next door or you're at the far end of the state, invite the people of Christ Church to come be with you. Invite them, tell them how much you admire them, how much you love them, and how much you want them to be with you. And this matters. This matters. So write a note and let them know that they're welcome in all of our churches across this state.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to invite the chaplain forward. Would you gather us in prayer for just a moment as we give thanks for the witness of Christ Church? And I would just say a couple of words as our chaplain is coming forward. I mentioned that what Carol did is not easy, and what the church chose to do is not easy. What they've offered for us is an example of doing difficult things in the right way. And what we are doing as a convention is trying to be fully transparent and honest, to love them and embrace Christ Church, fully cognizant that we don't know what's next in line with the Holy Spirit. And I was so glad for that applause that recognized that. We just don't know what's around the corner for any of us. But we are stronger together. And this is a moment when one outpost may be suspending worship for a while, may be closing for a while. But there are now 32 is the number of parishes across Delaware. And we're looking out for each other. And we'll come by the time when this time of decline turns and it starts to build again. And these places that we thought were closed may not be closed any longer. So we just have to be ready for what's coming next. And I just want to give thanks for Christ Church and give thanks for your support of them. Chaplain.
Almighty God, our hearts weep for the closing of this church. But we leap for joy because we know that there are better times to come, different times to come. Things change and things grow from that change. We pray that you be with those people at Delaware City. And we find joy in the moment that we are all here with open hearts and open arms to gather them to where they would go amongst us all here. We thank you for hearts that are just so generous And may we be with the Delaware City Parish in their grief, because this is a loss. Be with us, because this is a loss for all of us. May we show compassion and empathy and be the church that you have asked us to be. In the name of Jesus the Christ, the one we love. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. The chair now recognizes the Reverend Ted Olson, the chairman, one of the co-chairs of the Racial Justice and Reconciliation Commission, for a presentation, and also on staff at St. Peter's Church in Lewis.
This is a difficult place to be after Carol's announcement today. And I'm reminded that as a family, like all families, there are dyings and there are births. There are dyings and there are risings in Christ's church. So I want to tell you a little bit today about one of the areas of rising. I'm, as Bishop said, co-chair of the Racial Justice and Reconciliation Commission of the Episcopal Church in Delaware. Bishop appointed me to succeed the Reverend Chuck Weiss, who, along with Dr. Sheridan Kingsbury, were founding co-chairs of the Racial Justice and Reconciliation Commission and did the hard work of the past 2 years in building a firm foundation on which we are now building. So I would like to recognize Chuck, who is here, and Sheridan, who cannot be here today because of a family funeral, and we send her our prayers and good wishes. So thank you, Chuck, and thank you, Sheridan. Hope you've had the chance to pick up one of the cards which describes both the goals. Oh, there are mugs. There's the cards, okay. One of the cards which describes both the goals and the inspiration for the work of racial justice and reconciliation. One side of the card is the mission and the vision, and the other side of the card is the preamble that we're working from as a commission. I refer you to the report that was given to the diocese, and it is in your convention booklet, or you can access it through the QR code. I hope you'll see that the commission has been quite active, particularly in the past year, and some wonderful initiatives have taken place. I just want to update you on a few that have happened since the report was published. In cooperation with the YWCA of Delaware, the Commission will offer truth, healing, and reconciliation conversations in late winter, early spring 2023. And at that time, about 10 to 12 persons, sounds like a good number, Jesus used that, right? Will be invited to participate in a 6-week program about these difficult yet necessary conversations, and then follow up with training so that then they can go forth throughout the diocese and facilitate those conversations in our parishes. A racial healing retreat led by 3 facilitators was held at Camp Arrowhead in mid-September. About 20 people attended, along with Bishop Brown. Reverend Carol Flett and I led a 4-session pilot program for clergy in eastern Sussex County to discuss the book by Ijeoma Oluo, So You Want to Talk About Race. It's our hope, once we've reviewed the evaluation of that program, to bring something similar to different groups of clergy throughout the diocese. Again, having the necessary and difficult conversations. At the very beginning of our convention today, we saw the land acknowledgement statement that was crafted, particularly led by Commissioner Bob Irwin. and is now part of our diocesan website and our diocesan communications. Right now, there are about 9 members on the commission. We're not at full complement of 12, but we're going to be looking to surface candidates and also to present them to the bishop for his appointment. As we're moving into the new year, we're going to be kind of breaking up. Like any organism, we kind of are differentiating and growing, and one of the things we're hoping to do is to break up, if you will, into 3 subcommittees that will focus on each area of our strategic plan. Education, awareness, which has to do with that transformation of the heart through difficult conversations, reflection, retreat, and so forth, and empowerment, working with civic and ecumenical groups to bring about greater justice and healing, particularly in areas like gun reform, housing, voting rights, and so forth. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. We want to join those who are already got it rolling. Quilts have long held a place within communities in times of crisis, signaling safety and hope. Think of the AIDS quilt, for example, and what that represented. I just learned recently that during the times of the Underground Railroad, they used quilts with certain quilt blocks to signal safe houses. So you'll find more information about a quilt project for justice at our table, which is in the other hall, and also in an upcoming edition of The Net. And parishes will be invited to make their own 16-inch by 16-inch quilt that will then be assembled and on display at different times throughout the year as we gather. At the heart of all of this work, holy work, is conversion, a deeper living, as we prayed earlier today, into our baptismal covenant. Bishop Brown spoke movingly about his own inner work that was stirred particularly so by his pilgrimage to Selma with several other bishops this past year. We have a clip of that, which I'd like to share with you right now.
We shall overcome.
I'm bringing back from Selma and from Montgomery a rededication to this work. Recognizing its importance, recognizing the depth that still needs to be done, and recognizing the profound number of advocates who are out there doing this work, the work of racial reconciliation, the work of justice. What I take away from this as a Christian is a profound, yet again, a profound love and appreciation for the teachings of Jesus Christ. That it was his teachings were at the root of what empowered those civil rights marchers, people like Martin Luther King and Abernathy, and all the leaders who made such a profound difference. They're all rooted in the teaching of Jesus Christ. The idea that if we are going to transform things, that we, instead of becoming like those who oppress us, instead of resorting to the very violence that they use against us, we are going to retaliate forcefully but non-violently. And that's part of why I'm convinced that the movement works so well, is that when it succeeded, there was not a conquering that went on, but a liberation that happened. And so that's from our faith. That's from our faith. Transformation of hearts, a strengthening of the oppressed, a strengthening to not accept that the lot that was cast upon them is what they have to accept. So a resilience in Christ Jesus. You don't go to the cross on behalf of others. Christ didn't go to the cross on behalf of others as in an act of weakness. He went in an act of strength. And there's a real strength to this faith. So I bring back I bring back that, and a commitment that the work may be long, but that we can do this. We're resilient people. We're tough people. But if we forget as Christians that we are stronger united than we are apart, then we've forgotten the core of who we are. We are united as one in Christ Jesus. We need to live up to that. No one is unaffected by race in our country. And I recognize that as a white Southerner by birth, that while I had the ability to avoid almost all my life questions of race, I had the ability to do that because it was a privilege of mine that to not have to talk about race. But the reality is race affects me, and it affects in ways that I've never been able to recognize before. Not that I'm treated racially, but because when other people are mistreated, then I am lessened by that.
I want to add a word of thanks to this convention and also to Bishop and the trustees for finding a way to help us add a quarterback to our team of the Commission of Racial Justice and Reconciliation with the funding for a missioner for racial justice and reconciliation. I think that person will be an asset. That person will be a way to help coordinate and lead us more cohesively as a commission in this work throughout the diocese. So I thank you for that. In closing, I invite you to go to the webpage of the Episcopal Church in Delaware to learn more about the commission. You'll find it under the heading Our Work. Scroll down to Racial Justice. I also invite you to come to our table on the other side. We still have some Halloween candy. I won't tell you what year it was. You'll find the commission's preamble, a card projected earlier, the land acknowledgement statement. And if you're interested in learning more about the commission or being a parish liaison, that's a really essential part of the commission. One of the things we thought about doing early on was that making sure that the strategic plan is not just words, but words becoming flesh and in our parishes. And so we have identified in some parishes already liaisons who will bring together their own teams. I was going to say committees, but that's where ideas go to die. So anyway, putting together a team who will help to do that work within the parishes. So that's a vital part of this. And if you're interested in that, please come over and see the table. I was going to say you can come and see the bishop looped at our table, but that would come out wrong. What I meant was his video is looped at the table, so you can come there and see that. So in closing, thank you very much for your kind attention, and may God, who's the author of this holy work, bring it to fulfillment.
Amen. Thank you, Ted, and deep thanks to the entire commission for the work and leadership that you are showing. The chair recognizes Nancy Talmo of St. Mary's Church in Bridgeville as Nancy's making her way forward. Then I'd like to take this opportunity to point you to page 49 of your handy-dandy convention guidebook. And there you'll see the folks listed who are members of the Mission Support Office, of Camp Arrowhead, and of Memorial House. And I'll just invite those folks just to stand, those who are in the room right now, so we can just simply say a thank you to the work that you do each and every day of the year in support of this diocese and the work and the mission of this diocese. Nancy.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from your Invite, Welcome, Connect team. My name is Nancy Talmo, And our other team members are John Barrett, Donna Kane, Mark Owen, Carol Schofield, Terry Quinn Gray, Lakeisha Shepard, Reverend Howie Sesser, Tony Snow, and our chair, Sandy. And I have practiced and practiced and practiced her last name, so I'm just going to say Sandy and leave it at that because I know I'm going to mess it up. So if you are in the house and part of the team, would you please stand up?
I believe it's Chrismania. Is that right? Sandy Chrismania?
And Sandy Chrismania.
There we go. Hooray!
So our team will be staffing our kiosk, which is right outside the door in the lobby. Please stop by and see us. We are asking that you share with us what you are doing, any new ideas that you have, and things that you have implemented. And we already have 3 or 4 ideas up there that are really phenomenal. So please come and talk to us. Next, please. Thank you. Our purpose is to champion the practices of Invite, Welcome, Connect within the Episcopal Church in Delaware. Over the summer, our team sent out to each parish the information about our parish visits. It was a lot of information to digest, but we discovered and shared with you what parishes need and what their concerns are, as well as how parishes are moving forward. So with that information already in your hands, the rest of our presentation slides are going to be a little bit different. We would like to pose some questions and some suggestions, or if you like, some food for thought. Next, please. So at our table in the lobby, we have a gift for each church. It's this envelope. It's your invitation to all of the materials that we have about Invite, Welcome, Connect. So in this toolkit contains a lot of information on each of the areas. So please stop by and pick one up before you leave today. And like I said before, our table is right outside those doors. Also, through our weekly messages in the net, we offer suggestions and ideas that parishes can use. Sometimes these messages are just things to think about. So, here are some things to think about. Comfort zone is defined as a place or a situation where one feels safe or at ease. We encourage you to be fearless as your parish begins planning the activities for the next year. Think of yourselves as a rubber band. How far can you stretch? How far are you willing to stretch? Do you want to stretch? Are you seeing growth in your comfort zone? And ask yourself this question. Do we have to do the things the same way we've always done them? Okay, next. Will you take risks and think out of the box? Will you hold brainstorm sessions and write down all ideas generated, even those crazy off-the-wall ones? And then talk about each one using a method called yes and, yes but. So here's an example. Say you want to sponsor a soup sale the first Saturday in February. Yes but would look like this. Yes but it might be snowing. Yes, but who's cooking it? Yes, but who's going to buy the supplies? Yes, but we've never done that before. Yes, but it's not in our budget. Yes, but we've done that before and we had a lot of soup over, so why should we do it again? Or you could say yes and that would look like this. Yes, and this is an opportunity for fellowship. Yes, and let's invite our online membership to this function. Yes, and let's welcome the community into our church. Maybe give them a tour. Yes, and let's make a sticker for those soup containers with information about our church, or maybe a fun fact. Yes, and, or yes, but. Okay, next. Go for the small wins. One of the things that Mary Palmer shared with us at our recent retreat was attention to little details leads to greater gradual ones. Are you perhaps doing too many things and not getting the results that you want? Start small. One of the concerns that we've heard is getting the online audience back into churches on a Sunday morning. Or how do you make the online membership more interactive? Well, these things are not small. But what we say is, first, take a minute to celebrate that you have mastered the technology that allows you to connect beyond the four walls of your church building. Then brainstorm ideas, come up with your solutions, and choose one solution that you can do. Can you invite online members to social events that you've already scheduled? Do you have an online greeter? Go for the small wins. Next, please. Your Invite, Welcome, Connect team is here for you. In our messages in the net, we put links with suggestions and ideas we post. We hope these are helpful to you. Please give us some feedback. Also remember that we have an Invite, Welcome, Connect webpage, which also has the links posted, as well as the Invite, Welcome, Connect website. One of our greatest resources is each other. Please share with us what you are doing. There is power and strength in we. Next, please. What we've talked about this afternoon fits nicely into the bishop's blueprint of growth, discipleship, and service that he spoke about in his address last evening. We look forward to helping and championing Invite, Welcome, Connect in your churches. To close our presentation time, I ask that Carol Schofield, waiting in the wings, comes up front to sing a song that she wrote called My Father's House. Thank you for your time.
This song came about because Bishop Brown recommended that we have a welcome churches have a welcome service as COVID was closing down, and to welcome new members into our churches. And I looked for music that would be fitting for that, and I found a lot that says "Welcome to Heaven." I couldn't find anything that said "Welcome to Church." So I was praying, and I'm thinking, what can we need something. And God gave me these words. Not that one. Here we are in my Father's house. I feel God's presence here in my Father's house. We gather here to sing and praise the Lord. He offers forgiveness, grace, and love, not because of who we are, but because of who He is. Welcome home to my Father's house, where Jesus lives, here in my Father's house. We ask for healing and blessings from above. He gives us hope and answers prayer. In faith and love we honor Him, because He is the one true God. Welcome home to my Father's house, where Jesus lives, here in my Father's house. I may not look like you, talk like you, I may not even dress like you, but I hurt like you, love like you, and I feel joy like you. Welcome home to my Father's house.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you to the entire Invite, Welcome, and Connect team. And if we may, Carol would love to make a copy of those lyrics and distribute to the convention. May we share them? Yes. Copyright. We'll give you the copyright. And all the royalties. Thank you. Thank you. So we have another ministry presentation. These are fantastic, aren't they? Seeing what's going on in the life of the diocese. Isn't this inspiring? So I'd like to invite, the chair recognizes Walt LaFontaine, the executive director of Camp Arrowhead, and Mr. Steve Boyden of Christ Church Christiana 100 in Wilmington, chair of the Arrowhead Bridge Committee, to come forward for their presentation. Once we hear the wonderful presentation from Arrowhead, we'll take a short break, and then we will move into resolutions. So that's what's coming next on this channel. So stay tuned. Both short break, and then we'll move on. So gentlemen, you're up.
Well, that's just what we want. Follow her, and then come before the break. So,
you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Bishop. So Walt and I were told that we have 10 minutes of your undivided attention to talk about Arrowhead. We'll split that time, plus we're showing a video, so we're going to be necessarily quite brief. So if we go through things that you'd like to know more about, we'll be very happy to talk to you about that at your leisure, at coffee, or another time. So to start out, about the bridge team, the bishop charged us to ensure the successful transition of Arrowhead to year-round operations. And last night, in your remarks, Bishop, I took away from that your point that true growth is intentional. Well, there's two kinds. You know, the Lodi apple can fall and the seeds may sprout, or you can plant. So, but true growth is intentional, and it comes from decisions that we all make. And this was music to the ears of all of us who are associated with Camp Arrowhead, because Arrowhead has already started on a path of intentional growth. Now, how has this been? Well, you all are aware that Arrowhead already transforms lives. Over 1,300 young people, give or take, each summer come through the gates of Arrowhead and leave forever changed for the better. And you're aware probably that the recent completion of the Jane Ashford Dining and Meeting Center allows us to stay open for the rest of the year. to serve even more people. Now, the Ashford Center exists because of a great outpouring of support from all corners of Delaware. The parishes, alumni of camp, generous individuals, and of course our friends at the foundations. So the growth comes in part from a challenge that was issued by the foundation donors that we would double the number of people that we serve each year at Arrowhead, and especially focusing on disadvantaged young people who wouldn't have had a chance to experience the magic that goes on down at Arrowhead. So, and this is to be growth across the year. So early results are pretty promising. Last summer, more than 20% of the summer staff were people of color. Retreats are starting to pick up. We've had talks with and/or have hosted retreats for groups such as Urban Promise, Delaware College Scholars, Delaware Futures, the Boys and Girls Club, the Latino Congregation of Trinity Church, and families of the Natticoke people. So as we work on this transition of Arrowhead, the Bridge Group has an overriding commitment, and that is that we'll change or help oversee the change of Arrowhead in the terms of its operations, but we will not change the essence of Arrowhead. So as the bishop says last night, there is a search that's going to begin soon for the new executive director. But meanwhile, really a great thing is that our wonderful staff, Walt and Terry, Nancy, Rick, Sean, Stephen, and Julie, supported by Judy Gregory and Kate Sweeney, will ensure that the camp stays the camp. We have a 12-month remaining period of time in Walt's tenure at the camp, and during that time, we'll grow the retreat business in a way that's commensurate with what camp exists to do. So, as I said, we're going to show you a video, and as you watch it, I'd like to extend a request to you. We'd like you to be among our most important sales force as we build the retreat business and the off-season use at Camp Arrowhead. If you can think of, as you watch this video, if you can think of a worthy group that you work with in your parish or that you're involved with individually who might benefit from a trip to Camp Arrowhead, we have scholarship money available, a limited amount, but we do have some. And we're looking for people to help us fill this really glorious new center. And since convention could not occur down there, we tried to make it so that the convention could occur at Arrowhead this year, but we're defeated by some logistical problems outside our control, hotel rooms and things like that. So this video should maybe give those of you who haven't been down there an appreciation for this great new center, the Jane Ashford Center. So as you watch it, think of ways that you might be able to suggest groups and people to us to help fill these great halls. Thank you.
My first visit to Camp Arrowhead was recently. We had a racial justice retreat. I was impressed with the space because you could do multiple things in this space. We had our conversations and meetings in one part of it, then we could eat lunch in another, so there's multiple things that you could do in this one space.
And so we decided to come down and do a racial healing retreat here. And we were looking for a place that would afford us some quietness, hopefully some outdoor space, something big enough that we would have multiple spaces to have multiple events throughout the space, and we thought that this would be a great place to hold it.
I would certainly suggest and recommend the center for a retreat, for a conference, for any kind of a training. My experience there recently was at the Racial Healing Retreat, and there were a number of us there. We were well accommodated, plenty of space. The staff was friendly, the environment was clean and well laid out. Restrooms were available. large conference center for us to gather in. There was a nice fire pit outside, plenty of places to walk and just reflect and be together.
The staff here was very open. When I got here, of course, camp staff met me. When I got into the building, Rick was already here preparing for us. He showed me everywhere around in the building, showed me how to use the lighting, all those typical things, bathrooms, kitchen, everything that was here. Really wanted to make sure that for us, that it was good. And he spent the time with me to do that. He made himself available the whole time I was here. The people that we invited in, our facilitators, which were from out of state, loved it. Everybody. The guests that we brought down, everybody loved it. You know, they bragged about the food, they bragged about the surroundings, they bragged about being able to go outside and walk around and take advantage of all the beauty that's here. And inside, they talked about the peaceful feeling that they felt being here. So the staff was excellent, excellent, excellent.
It provided us with a good setting in which to do the hard work that we were doing. So I would heartily recommend the center for any group that wants to come there and just to kind of come away for a while, to come away, to come apart, and to be within that wonderfully rustic setting along the water, within the woods. It just lends itself very nicely for retreat and reflection.
I would tell people to go there because of where it's located, the surrounding atmosphere, and the staff is friendly, welcoming. You just have to go there and find out for yourself what it's about.
I just think that it's an open world. You know, people are looking for spaces like this, and when they come, they'll find a gym right here in Delaware. It's welcoming, it's here. Like I said before, it just seems like it's always been here. So, you know, I'm looking forward to just telling other people about it and what they can do. There's multiple uses all around, so I'm excited about it.
Okay, I'm up next, but this isn't part of my time. Oh, is there another one? Is there another one? Oh, okay. This isn't part of my time. This is extra. We had a raffle we have hens at the camp, and we have eggs. I wasn't supposed to say they were fresh out of a chicken's butt, but I'm not going to say that. But can I have a drawer? Would you draw a name for me? And that person is?
Patty Dowd.
Patty? No, I'm just kidding. Leslie McWhirter.
You can get your eggs right at the, yeah, okay, there we go. All right, thank you, Steve and your team, for all you've done for camp. My friends in Christ, you've just seen an amazing gift for Arrowhead. Endless thanks go to everybody who worked so tirelessly to see this project through. And as I look out over this assembled body, it is with loving warmth to realize almost all of you have had a hand in this project or camp in general, whether you realize it or not. And my friends, on behalf of the entire Arrowhead and diocesan community, gracious thanks. Surely this reaffirms a major point of Bishop Brown's message yesterday. We are all one moving forward, for sure. And as I always say, remember, this is your camp. We're just as stewards. Okay. No need for me to go on about how well camp is doing. The fact that the Ashford Center is paid for is an attestament to that. Great leaps and bounds are in store for the retreat side. Some bumps included we had to shut down first session due to COVID roared its ugly head. And, our 30-year-old doc has taken a beating, so we have to spend some money on that and the pool. But that's what happens at Camp Arrowhead. What I want to make crystal here is that what's most important is not lumber, steel, and glass. However, it's the people. And these people who work to keep this truly unique, decentralized camping program developed over 60 years ago going to the future and on. For sure, this program continues to thrive because our director, Terry, hires, trains, and supervises 100 or so staff who make this magic happen with help and support from Rick Hollingsworth, our property manager, Steven Stamegna, our program director, Sean Martelli, our food service manager, Nancy LaFontaine, our summer registrar, and Julie Emery, our retreat registrar. These few do so much to better the lives of so many, and we owe them much. We rekindled an old partnership with the Nanticoke tribe and hosted a native children's camp in August. Working with Chief Carmine and Raggy Rain, the 2023 camp is scheduled, and Nancy is set to open registration on January 1st. We continue working with Charles and Patty at Trinity to bring children in their Latino ministry down to camp, and this has been a blessing. We love you guys. Wilson Road staff. Well, Wilson Road, that's a support center. But Wilson, we call them Wilson Road. Wilson Road staff, you're amazing. What a clear joy to have such a supportive working relationship. I want to call out Judy Barnes and Canon Boom Boom Gregory because those two keep me sane. Jeff Ross, you're an amazing soundboard. Wherever you are, I saw you. Thank you. Cal Wick, what can I say? He is the camp's godfather, and he is always ready to make a deal for camp you can't refuse. Okay, so we're going to go online December 1st, camp registration, go Nancy, and we'll see how that goes. Last year, in the first 2 weeks, we were pretty much sold out. I think that's probably going to happen. December 3rd, we have Breakfast with Santa at the Ashford Center. We have some tickets left. You can go on the site, and anybody can come to that. December 10th, the Sodello concert at the Ashford Center. It's the Southern Delaware Orchestra. They're giving a free concert down there. You can just show up. I think go to their website and they have the information. Bishop Kevin will be attending the Episcopal Camps and Conference Convention in January. And this to me is just amazing. The Episcopal Camps and Conference Center is a group of about 160 Episcopal camps and retreat and conference centers throughout the whole country. And we are very connected. We meet once a year at a different center. And this year it's in Oklahoma, I think, Crispin in Oklahoma. And anyhow, we have a number of bishops who have attended over the years. Most of those folks are retiring, and they're getting older. And it's just, not you. And really, it is a godsend that you have taken this on to come and share and learn and help. And thank you. That's going to be a great thing. And finally, Clara and Roy LaFontaine began worshiping at Christ Church, Melford, in the late 1950s. And they brought their family up in Christ Church, Melford. And just Thursday, Clara turned 99 years old. So I'm going to leave this podium, and we're going to drive them up because my sister's hosting a party for her just today. And so we want to get there to the end of that. Thank you all. God bless. And thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, gentlemen, and Walt, especially for that Brando impersonation. I think that... Indeed. So, I know we'd like a break, right? Let's make it a quick break. The quicker we're back, the quicker we're done this afternoon. So I'm going to ask for 5 minutes, so make it quick and come on back. Remember, it's okay to bring water into, you can't bring beverages, but you can bring water. But it's okay to bring water in if you want some. Results from our elections this morning that we will present. So if the convention will reconvene. The chair recognizes Nancy Koenig, the chair of the Elections Committee, to brief us on the elections this morning.
As soon as I have Brandon connected.
There you go.
There we are.
Oh, good, Stacy.
So I have good news, Bishop.
Okay. Please, the convention settle down, please. Thank you. Use the gavel, is that what you're saying? There we go. All right, go ahead, Nancy,
The alternates
please.
don't require a separate vote. So what we can do is, by acclamation, we have the clergy delegates listed in green, and the alternates, the first would be the Reverend Donna Jean Kessling. Second alternate, Dr. Marta.
Iuica.
I knew that.
Yeah.
The third delegate will be the Reverend Stacy Carpenter, and the fourth delegate, the Reverend Marianne L.
Thank you.
And the lay delegates, thank you. The lay delegates, again, are in green. The first alternate will be Nara Soto. Second, John Michael Sophis. Third, Richard Gessner. And fourth, Jennifer Christie.
Thank you.
So we have voting completed.
The voting is completed. This concludes your committee's work. Thank you very much for your work and for the work of your committee. Thank you.
Very good. The voting results will be posted on the website.
Did you catch that? Voting results will be available at Delaware.church at the convention page.
Thanks.
The chair recognizes the Reverend Patty Downing of Wilmington, of Trinity Church Old Swedes in Wilmington, and chair of the Resolutions Committee.
Thank you, Bishop. A string walked into the bar. No, I won't do that. So I want to thank, first of all, the Resolutions Committee, the Reverend Deacon Cecily Sawyer Harmon, the Reverend Chris Keene, the Reverend Donna Jean Kiesling, D.L. Casson, John Michael Sophis, and Helen Spence. I will not read the resolutions as you have them printed in your bulletin. Resolution 238-01, to give voice and vote to clergy licensed and appointed as priest or deacon in charge of congregations or existing ministries by diocesan appointment in the Episcopal Church in Delaware, but not canonically resident in the diocese. The committee so moves.
This is from the committee, so it doesn't need a second, but thank you for your willingness to do so. Very much. A show of enthusiasm is a good thing. So are there any questions? If you do, either approach the microphone or raise your hand to have a microphone brought to you. Stand and raise your hand if Microphone 2.
Jeffrey Ross, Rector of St. Peter's Lewis. I rise to speak in favor of this resolution. There are, according to the diocesan webpage, 16 parishes in Newcastle County. 90% of them, or 15 of the 16, have a canonically resident priest in them. There are 4 in Kent County. 2 of those 4, or 50%, have a canonically resident priest in them. There are 12 in Sussex. 6 of them have a canonically resident priest. If you believe that's justice, then you should vote against this. But I happen to believe that although in the last few years we have extended the courtesy of allowing non-canonical clergy to have seat, voice, and vote at convention, there's nothing in our documents, nothing in the standing rules of order that would make that necessarily the case every year. And while that's what we're doing right now, this resolution will make sure that we continue to do it year in, year out for the future of the diocese, and that's why I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approaching the microphone, I believe we are ready to vote. All those in favor of Resolution 238-01 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No. No.
The ayes have it, so ordered. The motion passes.
It's my honor to present Resolution 238-02, a resolution to amend Article 6, Section 1 of the Constitution of the Episcopal Church in Delaware to make the President of the Standing Committee the President pro tempore of the Convention in the absence of the Bishop. I so move.
This has been proposed from committee. It does not need a second. Are there any questions about this? Currently, the rules of order say that in the absence of a bishop, that this body would then elect someone to fill in. And when we get to looking at that, you realize that if the bishop were suddenly incapacitated and you had to choose somebody in a hurry, that could be a difficult thing. So to have someone already named is the point behind this. Not seeing anyone approach the microphone. All those in... Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
Would it be
Could you approach the microphone, please, sir?
Mark Parcells, Christ Church, Christiana 100. Would this be a clergy person? It seems like it would be appropriate that it's a clergy person to stand in for the bishop, that's all.
Would you like to answer?
My understanding is the President of the Standing Committee can be either a layperson or a cleric. So no, it does not require that that person be a cleric.
Do we want to consider amending it to make it just a clergy? But I don't care. I'm seeing no from Kay, so that's it. So I pull that back. I retreat.
Yeah, that's right. Run away. Delaware has a tradition, as many dioceses do, to alternate the presidency of the standing committee between clergy and lay. And so whether I was incapacitated, the bishop was incapacitated for just this event or for an extended period of time, that person would step in and be leading the standing committee as the ecclesial authority. So it mirrors that. But thank you for that clarifying question. All right, seeing no further questions, those in favor of Resolution 02, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So ordered. So that means you're President pro tem, Brad. If boy, I'm feeling a little ill, actually.
No.
I need to step down.
Resolution 238-03, a resolution to amend Canon 20, Section 4 and 6 of the Canons of the Episcopal Church in Delaware on nominations and elections at diocesan convention to specify that nominations for elections must be made in a manner set forth otherwise in Canon 20, and that nominations, sometimes known as from the floor or open nominations, are prohibited. So moved.
All right, this has been, Resolution 03 is before you. It does not need a second as it comes from one of this body's committees. This is a change to the Constitution of I'm sorry, 03, the canons of this diocese. If it passes by 2/3 or more, then it will not need a second reading. If it passes by less than 2/3, but more than 50%, then we would take it to a second convention. Does it make sense? So, I'm not urging you one way or the other with that. I'm just simply letting you know that's what our canons specify. Any questions? Okay. Seeing no questions. All right, I guess we're ready to vote. All those in favor of Resolution 03, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. The ayes have it.
Resolution.
Actually, it passes, but I just want to make sure, see if we have the 2/3 sufficient. I believe we do. If you, I beg your pardon?
Or hands.
Yeah, I think we'll do that. If you would, if you're voting in support of this, if you would please stand.
Gary's raising his hand back there.
Or I see, yep. All right. I'm glad I got that math degree. All right, do we have a tally? Okay. Okay, and if you'll be seated, please, those voting against, would you please stand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Are you for or against? You're seated. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much. The ayes have it. It carries by greater than 2/3 margin.
Resolution 238-04, resolution to amend Episcopal Church in Delaware Rules of Order for Diocesan Convention, Rule 5. Resolutions to limit consideration and approval of resolutions submitted after the time provided in the rule to those resolutions submitted within compelling reasons for their delayed submission. I so move.
This is from committee. It does not need a second. Is there any conversation, comments, questions about number 4? I see someone coming to microphone 1 and then folks at microphone 2. So microphone 1.
Mark Harris and from St. Peter's and Lewis. Who determines what counts as a compelling reason?
I think the convention would determine that by virtue of its vote.
Yes, they have to vote if they think it's compelling.
Okay, so let me ask the question in another way, which is, I'm a member of a convention and somebody comes and wants to make a resolution late. Is there any guidance as to what would count as a compelling reason?
Madam Parliamentarian.
Sure.
A yay vote in this case for a late resolution would be by someone who was convinced that there was a compelling reason for it being late.
And they would just have to argue that out
Well, I mean, they would base their vote on that if they didn't feel that the reason was sufficiently compelling.
Okay, so the person making the resolution would have to make a claim for the compelling reason. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Microphone 2.
Just because I don't have the canons, my name's Jeffrey Ross from St. Peter's Lewis, and just a question of clarification. This would not inhibit the bishop. If the bishop were to, in most other dioceses, the 5 other I've served in, when the bishop says something that he wants a resolution in his address, then that resolution is automatically in order. Would that be the same here in this diocese?
No.
So we would be restricting the episcopate.
No, the Episcopate would make the case, and would make a compelling case, and then the convention would heed that compelling case. Or not.
Jeff, I would say if the bishop requests a resolution, it is almost per se compelling.
I would agree. So I would support then. Thank you.
It's nice to be told you're compelling. Microphone 1.
Ruth Beresford, Christ Church Christiana 100, Wilmington. I've served in this diocese now for 15 years, and I simply cannot remember a time when this was an issue. So I don't kind of understand why we're having to limit consideration and approval of resolutions. Maybe I'm missing something, but I don't understand why it's important right now. I think sometimes the Spirit might move us later than we think. We've gotten the results or the work of General Convention, and we've reviewed it, and we think there's something that, might be worth considering as a diocese, or there's something that's happened in our state that we may need to speak about, and then we have to stand up and fight for the right to submit the resolution as well as to debate that resolution. I just don't, in 15 years, I can't remember a time when there's really been matters from the floor that would test this or call a need for it. So with that in mind, I'm going to vote against this.
Thank you. Jim, are you coming to the microphone? Okay. Okay. A point a parliamentarian would like to make, just a clarification.
Ruth, I just want to clarify that the person who feels inclined to bring a resolution late and therefore offers it at convention without having brought it to gone through the process, does not have to fight to have it submitted. They have to make their case that it's compelling for it to be adopted.
That's what I intended to say.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Jim Bimby, Episcopal Church of Saints Andrew and Matthew. I would just like a clarification, if possible, because without this revision, it stated prior to this that it still took 2/3 of a vote of convention to allow a resolution, a late resolution, to be brought forward. Is that not an understanding of a compelling reason by the body that it ought to be considered? Because without a definition of compelling reason, I don't know how I would vote on it. I guess I always thought that if the body thought that 2/3 thought it was important, then it ought to be considered.
Thank you. Was there a question?
I guess
Okay.
in conclusion,
Okay.
I didn't understand the need for the revision.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Thank you, Bishop. Russ Bonner, St. Anne's in Middletown, member of Constitutions and Canons. The original resolution that came to Constitutions and Canons was a mirror of the previous resolution we just passed. The original submission was to not allow resolutions from the floor, so to speak. So after going back and forth, I don't want to use the word compromise, but what we came with was we added the convincing and compelling, which even though as a member of Constitutions and Canons, to Father Jim's point, I think all it does is add a layer, it adds a step that isn't necessary. Again, I think from what I'm hearing in the room and some of what of our discussion was, this change to the canon or our rules of order really means that the person who presents the resolution now has to do two things. Not only present the resolution, but also make an argument for why it is convincing and compelling, which then this body then would have to do two things. First, decide if it's convincing and compelling, and then decide on the resolution. But all of that's done in one vote, which we would do anyway. Am I being clear about this? And so I think this amendment is unnecessary, and I too am going to vote against it.
A point to clarify. Thank you. Thank you.
Shall I stand here just in case I don't like what you say?
That's probably a good idea. Well, you said one vote. If something comes before the body right now, there are two actions that take place. First, the supermajority that says we want to even consider it. Then it's considered.
That's what I meant by the one vote, was the supermajority to accept it.
That's right. Okay.
So I guess what I meant to say is that then this body would have to decide two things. Is the resolution worth considering, and is its late submission compelling and convincing? Which seems like an unnecessary step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Microphone 1.
Jennifer O'Connor, Christchurch Christiana 100. I think you might have just answered my question, which was really, I was reading it very differently from Russ, that the compelling argument is not related to the resolution itself, but its reason for being submitted less than 60 days before convention.
Yes.
So if the resolution was related to, for example, a current event, something that happened in the last week, the compelling argument would be this resolution is necessary because of recent events, more recent than 60 days. So it's more about if it's not driven by something that is temporal, then you better have a good reason why you didn't get your act together 60 days earlier.
The idea, I can't, I won't speak for the authors, but is to maximize transparency, and that is to the entire diocese, not just to those of us who are at convention for our resolutions and nominations. So the more things that are out in our diocese, the more things that are known ahead of time as possible, the more our entire diocese can weigh in and tell their delegates what they think and tell their clergy what they think. That doesn't preclude us from doing action here, but I believe what the idea here was to get as much information to as many people as possible. And so that's what I think is the idea behind it.
That is exactly the idea.
Is that the idea behind it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm on the committee and I wrote it.
Okay, well, there you go. So that is the idea behind it, I'm told. All right, are we ready to vote? All right. All those in favor of Resolution 04, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Oh, that's a close one. All right, get dots ready. We're gonna get your machines. So be ready to use your machines. I believe it's going to be that close. So the first thing I'll do is just get you to raise your hands, and if that's not clear, then be prepared to use your phones. All those in favor of Resolution 04, raise your hand, please. Those opposed? Yeah, let's go to dots.
Mr.
That's
Chair,
pretty
it's already
close.
up. It's already up.
Boy, thank you, dots. All right, the polls are open. Poll is open. A yes vote means you support Resolution 04. A no vote means you do not support Resolution 4.
You may need to refresh. You may need to go back to that wonderful email that you received. So go back to your email that you got from the diocese and try going in that way. If you're having difficulty, please raise your hand and a member of our tech group will come rocketing down the aisle in a very calm and safe way to help you.
Rocketing safely.
There's one right down here, please. So the string walks into a bar. So a string walks into the bar and gets up on a stool, and bartender comes over and says, "I'm sorry, we don't serve strings here." And the string goes and leaves and comes back the next day, gets up in the bar. Bartender comes, "I'm sorry, we don't serve strings here." Has to leave again. Third time, gets told he can't get served, and he gets so pissed, and he goes outside and rolls around, and he twists himself up, and he gets back up on this bar stool, and the bartender goes, "You look really familiar. Do I know you?" And the string goes, "Afraid not." You're welcome. Vote is closing.
There's a demand for the M&M joke, actually, I think. No more.
Reverend Patricia Downing's associate, I would ask for your prayers.
I am preaching tomorrow, so, tune in.
And that's when the convention got away. Yeah, it's right there. So does anyone need more time? We've got one more vote. Okay, a couple more folks. Yeah, I think are you getting the tech help you need? Okay, all right.
I'd tell another, but the room just turned on me.
Oh, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
So Jesus is on the cross. That's the best.
All right, does anybody still need to vote? One more, two more, okay. Do you have the ballots up? Is it a Wi-Fi problem?
Nancy, there's someone over in the middle that is looking.
Microphone one.
If we're just Mark Harris from wherever I am, Lewis, if we're down to like 3 votes or something, could we get the votes that exist, and then we could ask whether or not their votes would? 3 votes we could actually get in person, couldn't we? See what I'm saying?
Okay. All right. Just want to.
Okay. So we've got all the other votes electronically. There are 3 votes outstanding. We could get the electronic vote and add theirs as actual physical votes to the end.
Okay.
Yes.
They would not have voted twice because they didn't get a chance to vote the first time around.
That sounds like a reasonable plan to me, so stand by. All right, are you in? So that was.
So if we could, Nancy, if somebody could show us the vote count, I don't have access to any of that. Can the vote count be projected on, please?
So right now, looking for results of the count. Yeah, we're ready for the results. If
All right, there you go.
All right, so the results are in, and 04 is defeated.
This concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you to the Resolutions Committee. The chair recognizes Helen Spence of St. Thomas Church in Newark and leader of our diocesan stewardship efforts.
Thank you. And thank you, Patty, for the levity, because, yeah, we're all getting tired, and it's late in the day. The theme for this convention, Behold, I'm Doing a New Thing, was chosen to help us focus on looking forward, on trying to see what God is calling us to do next. But I want to begin by thanking those who attended the annual giving workshops and those who took advantage of the information on the stewardship page on the website. I hope you found inspiration and support from all of that. And I also want to give my intense thanks to the people at Mission Support, because they just knock themselves out for us all the time, and we are so lucky to have them. To remind us about our care of creation, you all have gotten a reusable grocery bag. I can tell you right now, I've got close to 300 more of them, so if you want some to take with you when you go home, come and see me afterwards. I'll be at the stewardship table. Likewise, the stewardship resource team has dwindled from 4 to 1, so any help would be most appreciated. And again, I'll be at the stewardship table, which is over close to the doors where we all had lunch. And I would love to meet you and get a chance to chat with you. I want to thank the bishop for having us redo our baptismal vows this morning, because those vows are the basis for my favorite definition of stewardship, which is all that we do with all that we have once we say we believe. Annual giving, which is the part of stewardship where we raise funds for parish budgets, and it's necessary for our work, is not the biggest part of our work. Money funds mission and ministry. Mission and ministry are the way we show each other and the world outside our doors who we are as the body of Christ. Another favorite quote of mine is, "Not everything that counts can be counted. Not everything that can be counted counts." So I ask you all to consider, in the context of your parish life, what counts? In the context of our life as a diocese, what counts? Because that is what your money funds. The things that can be counted and the things that count that cannot. Stewardship, in my opinion, is being the hands and feet of Christ in this world. It's what we do with and for each other once we say we believe. Every time we affirm our faith in the words of the Creed, we speak of our corporate belief in God, Creator, Redeemer, Advocate. But I ask you now to do a new thing and examine what you believe. Do you believe in the power of the people in your pews? I do. I have a passionate belief in the power of the laity. Nothing gets done without it. Do you believe that you personally can affect change in your community? Do you believe that you have gifts that were given to you by God that you have not used fully? For some, like my nearly 102-year-old mother, time has eroded the ability to do what she once did, but it doesn't mean she doesn't still have fire to get things done. I believe we all still have the fire to affect change as people who follow the teaching of Jesus Christ. Are there ministries that have meaning for you that you could do in a different way? This is just another way to ask the questions Invite, Welcome, Connect was asking a while ago. Are there ministries that used to be effective in your community that could be resurrected for a new purpose? These are valuable stewardship questions, not money-raising questions. And they're questions we should all be asking all year long. For me, annual giving is a season in the fall when we raise money to fund the budgets so we can get the job done. Stewardship is a year-round effort to sustain the world around us and bring faith and hope and peace to those who need it most. It's caring for the creation that God has entrusted to us. It's finding sustainable ways to live and help find ways to keep that work alive. And it is sharing our faith through words and action, actively helping to create disciples by being disciples. For me, stewardship is the connect in Invite, Welcome, Connect. Connecting to one another, to our ecumenical partners by giving back that which we have been given. Our God is a loving and generous God, and God's abundance flourishes in each of our communities. I encourage us all to do a new thing. Find our passion, share our faith to a world in need, using the gifts we have been given. It is my privilege to serve the Episcopal Church in Delaware, and I'm grateful for this opportunity. Again, please do come to the stewardship table and introduce yourself if you haven't already done so, and I look forward to continue to serving you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Helen. The chair recognizes Cindy Bemby, the Director of Communications for the Episcopal Church in Delaware, for a report on this year's Find a Church campaign.
Thank you, Bishop, and I am pleased to be able to give this report to Convention, the Find a Church campaign, the Find a Church You're Invited campaign. It's one of the first of its kind for the Episcopal Church in Delaware. That in itself is exciting. It is an awareness campaign and a three-pronged campaign, if you will, with a simple yet compelling message. You're invited. You're invited to Delaware.Church with an image that says everyone is welcome, and it portrays a friendly, inclusive atmosphere. A place that someone looking at this particular image might think, I want to feel like they look. I feel like I would have been invited there and I would fit in. We recently sent out a survey to all the rectors as well as the parish leaders. And we learned a lot from the survey. It's really a great video. Anyway, so we learned quite a bit. You know, I hope we have more, and I hope we can learn more from that as we plan for as we continue to work on the retrospective of the campaign. But what we have learned from that, and from talking to different clergy and parish leaders, just a summer, we've learned that it's brought new energy to the parishes, a time that we needed new energy in our parishes. We learned that churches began to work together. I think that's something that Bishop Brown has been talking to us about for the last couple days. People enhanced their websites. We had 4 new websites in preparation of the campaign. There were improvements on physical plants. We had new, after 20 years, when congregation told me, they said, we've had a sign here, we wanted to replace it for the last 20 years. Because of the campaign, they went ahead and made that move. It sparked that interest in them. The campaign sparked new ideas. It sparked new campaigns. DelawareBeaches.church, a new campaign sparked from this campaign. New visitors and members seen in churches in all counties. The billboards brought a significant number of new visitors to websites, not just the diocesan website, but to also parish websites. The results were realized in rural, city, suburban, churches of all sizes, and all across the diocese. We learned that EDDM mailings, everyday direct mail, something that I wasn't very familiar with and I hoped worked, it did. And what I was told is that it worked well. There's no labeling, no individual postage, and the low cost of 20 cents per piece. So what is the campaign? Let's just review really quickly. It was, if you can go ahead and go to the next slide, and to the next one. It was 6 billboards across the state, east to west, north to south. It was mailers and door hangers personalized for each parish if they chose to use them. It's social media advertising or just simply posting where there's no cost, both on Facebook and Instagram, as well as the ad that you just, the video that you just saw, our promo video is what we called it. Each one, everything on all those 3 medias directed people to our website. And that was key to get them there. This is what they saw. You see here the picture of what it would look like on your desktop laptop as well as what you would see on your phone. We knew the phone would be important, so we took a little extra time in making that design attractive. Once they got there, we really hoped they hit the look here button. Once they did, there's the ultimate location that we were wanting them to go to. That's where they could go see all of you, where they could go see our 32, 33 churches. They could see you by, there was an alpha list as well as a list by county. We do know that they went there, and we'll talk about how we know that, and that is why the analytics were important. So let's talk about the analytics of the Delaware.Church campaign. And some might say analytics are important, and some might say they're not. Yeah, I love analytics, but the one thing that was important, and the reason we needed to do this, because we needed to know if those billboards worked, if people were paying attention to them. I didn't know that. It was new to me, for sure. But looking at the diocesan website, and I'll go through this quickly, you can also find it on page 14. There's a QR code. You can go back through all of this, because I am going to go down this pretty quickly. On the homepage of the diocesan website, we saw a 41% increase in August over July. When I said increase, increased of hits to our website. On that parish website, the one on the right up there, the one that I said there was the ultimate goal to get people to, one day after the billboards went up, we saw a 616% increase on that particular page. That page has been there for a very long time. 3 days after the campaign began, 2,275% increase. Of all those people that are coming to our website, there's an age breakdown, and there's a lot of analytics. We're going to go over a few. The age breakdown, the group, 25 to 34 years old, that was the #1 group of the ones we just mentioned, followed by 18 to 24-year-olds. They came to our website. The gender breakdown, pretty even. Male, 54%, female, 45%, and I like this one. 85.8% of the visitors to our website in August were new. In September, 72% were new. Let's jump on down to the reporting churches. I heard from 2 churches that keep analytics. One of our smaller Sussex County churches had a 67% jump in August over July, immediately after the billboards went up and their mailers went out. 150% of previous highs on August 24th, and on August 25th, they saw a 200% increase of previous highs. Another larger Sussex County church realized a 25% increase in August as well as September. While we're looking at analytics, let's go ahead and look a little bit at Facebook. We did an ad, just an ad that we paid for. The graphic ad reached, with the reach of 15,828 people that it reached, 494 of those people clicked. They went to our website, and this is a Delaware-only audience that we went to. It had a post engagement of 615. I would have liked to have seen more there. The gender breakdown, look at that. If you remember from before, this flipped, and it's more significant. It's heavier, female versus male. And the age breakdown is really interesting. What's not interesting, I think it's expected. The age breakdown, the number 1 age group going to Facebook ads, 65 plus, followed by 55 to 64. I've said this to somebody before, and every time I seem to say it, it's like, oh, well, but you know what, that's good. It's good because the billboards, they showed us this other age group, and this shows us this age group. So what we know from the analytics is we know that we reached all age groups. So I take that as one of those small wins that I think IWC talked about earlier. The video ad we displayed half the time as we did the graphic ad, but the post engagement, as you see, is 2,563. We liked that number. We had 5,770 reaches with several clicks. The breakdowns between age and gender were similar. So those are analytics, but what we know is really important is who comes in the door, who are we leading to Jesus Christ. Let's look at that in the parish responses. The results from the responses of the survey that we sent out, they came from all counties, all sizes of church, from very small to large, in the city, suburbs, and rural. Results that were reported came from billboards and mailers. And what the results included, new visitors. Several churches reported an increase in visitors after the campaign had started. One small church, I call it a small church, it's in Sussex County. They saw 10 new visitors after the billboard went up and their mailers went out. 10 new visitors in a small parish. 8 of those visitors are now receiving the newsletter, and 8 of those are also following them on social media. But here's the news break. It's just an update on that. I talked to that parish, came up to me last night. It's very exciting to me. They said after this, they reported this to us, they said, we continue to see new people every week, and they really believe it was because of the mailers that they sent out. He said, every week we're seeing new people. Okay. And they said, in addition, their view time on Facebook has skyrocketed. Now, they can't contribute that directly to the campaign, but that's where they feel it's coming from. Another one of our larger churches, they have 4 new members, actual members of the church, because they saw the campaign. There was 2 couples, and not together, not that knew each other, but 2 couples that were new to the area. They were looking for a new church. They saw the billboard. They went to this church. They are now members and are participating in that church. Another medium-sized church, they had a couple that came, again, because they saw the billboard. They've now been baptized at that church. We've received a number of phone calls. One in particular, a small rural church, received a phone call from an individual. She wanted a ride to church. She wanted to go to church, but she didn't have a ride. She saw the mailer. She called the church. The church went and got her and brought her to church the next Sunday. That's my report, Bishop. And it was a privilege to be able to tell all of you the report today. Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you. The idea was an idea that Cindy had. She came to my office and basically said, in so many words, you say to try new things. I've got a new thing. What do you think about? And it wasn't in the budget, but we had just received funds from the Executive Council of the Episcopal Church. We received $40,000, so we said we're going to use some of that to fund this campaign and see what happens. What can we learn? Much as the Invite, Welcome, Connect team was saying earlier, that instead of saying yes, but, it was yes, and. Let's see what we learn. And we found out that, yes, there were billboards involved, but as you saw, this was very much a digital campaign. The billboards were just the face. But we learned a lot and look forward to building on this in the future. Thank you. So 2 things. If I could invite the President of the Standing Committee to come forward, Brad, if you would. And as you are doing that, Brad has a short note to offer us. The youth ministry table has had their drawing, and there are winners. People in this room are winners, and I just want you to know that I have those names. And so I'll call out your name, and please walk, don't run, after we wrap up to claim your prize. So I have Jeno. Jeno's here. I saw. She just left. Ooh.
I'll take the prize.
You'll take the prize for her. That's right.
I'll take the prize, but deliver it to her.
Okay, so I'm going to take Jeno. Mark, as in Mark Harris. You're a winner, sir. Larry Norfleet, please hold your applause to the end. Larry Norfleet. Great work, Larry. Impressive work. Well done. And Amy Hardy and Connie Schultz, you are all winners, so claim your prizes. Well done. Thank you for your support of the youth ministry table. And it's great to see the energy that they brought and the ideas. So thank you. Mr. President.
Well, I was going to say, Mr. President and Madam Secretary, it is an honor to stand before you at the last 30 minutes of our convention. You look very energized, I must say. The Standing Committee is proud to be one of the quiet partners in oversight in our diocese. Council and trustees get all of the money. We're the quiet third party that doesn't really get as much flashy show. So I'm glad to stand before you to tell you that the Standing Committee is going to pick up the process of a mutual ministry reflection about our life together in the diocese. This mutual ministry reflection was supposed to take place back around 2020, right as the pandemic was rolling out, and so it kind of got bumped to the side, and we're picking that work back up again. This mutual ministry review normally takes place in the life of a diocese a couple of years into the new ministry of a bishop, in an attempt to help us understand how we're getting along together as we come out of the gate, so to speak. And so it may seem like 5 years is a bit long for us to be engaging in this, but I think there is something fortuitous to us not having completed it before COVID came. And that is, so much about our life has changed. And in order for us to get a better sense of how our life together as the Episcopal Church in Delaware is going, what has happened to us and with us and what we've learned since COVID has become a part of our life can now be a part of our reflection together about where we were, where we wanted to be when Bishop Kevin read our profile and said, that's where God wants me to serve, and when we affirmed that in the election. But so much has changed since then that it's important that now we ask the questions that say, are we still wanting to be in the places where we thought we wanted to be? And if so, is that exactly the same way, or are there new ways of doing that and being the church here together. So the Reverend Canon Michael Ambler, who is the Canon to the Ordinary in the Diocese of Maine, will be working with the Standing Committee to create a process where we can get input from a variety of people, north, south, male, female, old, young, people of all races, in order to garner your input on how we are doing together as a diocese, so that we can understand better how to fine-tune our ministries. So you'll be hearing more about that, and we are proud to serve you and looking forward to getting your feedback. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I'd like to recognize clergy. First of all, so if you'll hold your applause to the end, but to recognize clergy that have transferred in to the Episcopal Church in Delaware, the Reverend Stacy Carpenter, curate at Christ Church Christiana 100, here from the Diocese of New York, their loss, our gain, I'm just saying. Priests with clergy with new ministries. Jim Bimby is serving as the interim, since the last convention, serving as interim rector at SAM in Wilmington. Stacy Carpenter, just mentioned, the curate at Christ Church Christiana 100 Wilmington. Deacon Peter Cornell, serving as deacon at St. Paul's Church in Georgetown. And Pete just transferred in from New Jersey the year before, so another good get for us. The Reverend Paul Jeanette moved to Iowa against my wishes, but he did it anyway. But he's still canonically resident in Delaware. Reverend James Mannion is serving as rector at St. Philip's Church Laurel. And the Reverend Kijay Rasam Sivarabo has been appointed chaplain at St. Anne's School in Middletown. And you'll see their names on the screen. Since last convention, David Andrews, the former rector at SAM in Wilmington, had retired. I have ordained to the diaconate Kevin Clay Brown. He's serving as deacon at SAM at this time. So we have a new deacon among us, and Lord willing and the people consenting, he will be priested early next year. I just a few weeks ago had the great privilege of receiving from the Roman Catholic Church to the Episcopal Church the orders of the Reverend Dr. Jack Anderson. There were canonical transfers out of the Episcopal Church in Delaware. Carl Mosley, Reverend Carl Mosley, formerly at St. Mary's Bridgeville, has transferred to the Diocese of Easton. Would you join me in a round of applause and thanksgiving for the ministry of these, our sisters and brothers in Christ. Chair recognizes our chaplain to come forward for our necrology.
At the rising of the sun and at its going down, we remember them. The Reverend Kevin P. Von Gonten. At the blowing of the wind and in the chill of winter, we remember them. At the opening of the buds and in the rebirth of spring, we remember them. The Reverend George Carney, Jr. At the blueness of the skies and in the warmth of summer, we remember them. At the rustling of the leaves and in the beauty of autumn, we remember them. Beverly George Butler Lane. At the beginning of the year and when it ends, we remember them. The Reverend Margaret Pumphrey. As long as we live, they too will live, for they are now a part of us. Do not think of them as gone. They are still with us in each new dawn. we will remember them.
Amen. We move now to the close of our convention. I'd like to give thanks to all of those who were nominated for election but were not elected. We know who you are. You can't go far. The Holy Spirit has something in mind still. Thank you for saying yes to the nomination. And you have my deepest appreciation, the appreciation of the entire convention. For those who have been elected, those in the room, if you would stand, please, for a commissioning. May the Holy Spirit guide and strengthen you, my brothers and sisters, that in your ministry as elected diocesan leader and in all that you do, may you be about God's will in the service of the kingdom of his Christ. Amen. Amen. Almighty God, look with favor upon these persons who have made a commitment as elected leaders and have renewed their commitment to follow Jesus and to serve in his name. Give them courage, patience, and vision, and strengthen us all in our Christian vocation of witness to the world and of service to others through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen. In the name of the Episcopal Church in Delaware, I commission you to the work to which you have been called, and I pledge you to our prayers, our encouragement, and our support. Thank you. In recognition of those who have completed terms, I want to give a word of thanks to Ariane Delaware. These are diocesan council folks. Aaron, who are rotating off. Carol Van Zoren, Amber Welsh, the Reverend Juan George, the Reverend Deacon Christine Miller-Marson, and Christine Lockwood. From the Standing Committee, rotating off after years of service, Terry Flanagan and the Reverend Charles Chuck Weiss. And trustees, rotating off the Reverend Calhoun Wick and Jim Bray, who had been serving as a trustee emeritus. And Cal, I think, had to leave to go to worship. But a special word of thanks for Cal was a member of the trustees for 15 years and has been an invaluable part of the leadership of this diocese for a very long time. And we'll recognize him in the courtesy resolutions which are coming up. And just before those, another word of just deep and profound thanks for someone who is ending a particular chapter of ministry, and that is our liturgical officer, Reverend Jim Bemby, who has served in this role for how many years? 10. At least 10 years, for over decades. He's been our liturgical.
2012 is the official year.
2012 is the official year. So thank you, Jim, for all that you've done at diocesan liturgies, not the least of which was the consecration and ordination of a bishop. And that's the big fanfare one. But think of just liturgies like today, ordinations, installations of new ministers, all the time, constantly being a resource to me and to this diocese. Miles driven across this state, hours given, and then in COVID, when we went to broadcast, when I started broadcasting those first services, we didn't know what was going on. It was Jim and Cindy who ran the camera who put those together. So again, lots of hours, lots of blood, sweat, tears, and laughter. Thank you, Jim. Thank you. The chair recognizes the secretary to present our courtesy resolutions.
Whereas the members of this 238th Annual Convention of the Episcopal Church in Delaware is thankful for this year of life together in Christ. The occasion of this convention and the strength and hope we receive in support of our ministries in the coming year. Now therefore be it resolved that a vote of gratitude be extended to all the congregations in the Episcopal Church in Delaware, most especially this day to Christ Church, Delaware City, who after prayerful and heartfelt discernment and in consultation with our bishop will offer its last public worship service next month. We give deep thanks for our sister parish, which has been a spiritual home and a sacred space for the people of Delaware City and Newcastle County for over 174 years. We admire the people of Christ Church for their long witness to the loving power of Jesus Christ and for their steadfast commitment to serving their neighbors, and we joyfully welcome all from Christ Church to continue their journeys in faith in any of our parishes across the state, assured that our Lord has much good work yet to do through and with them. And be it further resolved that this convention extends its sincere appreciation and deepest gratitude to the Reverend Calhoun Wick, who has faithfully served this diocese as a trustee for 15 years, and this year celebrated 50 years of being an ordained priest. Cal devoted himself to prayer and service, sharing his wisdom and wholeheartedly dedicating himself to the mission and ministry of the Episcopal Church in Delaware. This convention honors him as a trustee of the diocese, uplifts him for his faithful service. The bishop and the convention of the Episcopal Church in Delaware offers heartfelt gratitude to Cal and offers its blessing upon him and his wife Anne. And be it further resolved that this convention expresses its gratitude to members of the worship committee, the Reverend James Bimby, liturgical officer, the Jonathan Whitney Ensemble, and the J Street Trio for the Eucharist this morning. And be it further resolved that this convention offers many thanks to Joseph Davison of Emmanuel Episcopal Church on the Green for his service as the assistant to the secretary for 7 of the last 9 conventions. Joseph has been a consistent voice of focused yet calm determination in the time of many transitions and reworking of the convention. He has been a great help in all the improvements we've made along the way. He never says we've always done it that way. Instead, he asks over and over, and regardless of past practices, what's the best way to do things now? We are most thankful for his service. And be it further resolved that this convention extends its sincere appreciation and deepest gratitude to the Reverend James Bimby, liturgical officer who has served this diocese since 2012. Jim devoted himself to prayer and service, sharing his wisdom and dedication to the mission and ministry of the Episcopal Church in Delaware during his tenure. The convention honors Father Bimby for his faithful service. The bishop and the convention of the Episcopal Church in Delaware offers heartfelt gratitude and our blessings upon him. Be it further resolved that this convention expresses its appreciation to James Bray, member of Trinity Parish and Old Sweets Church, for his 3 years as a trustee emeritus and his many years as a trustee. The convention honors Jim for his faithful service. The bishop and convention of the Episcopal Church in Delaware offer heartfelt gratitude to Jim and offer their blessings upon him. And be it further resolved that this convention expresses its appreciation to the Racial Justice and Reconciliation Committee for its energy and creativity and its tireless work to position the Episcopal Church in Delaware to address systemic racism and to become the beloved community. And be it further resolved that this convention sends its warm and affectionate greetings to our presiding bishop, the Most Reverend Michael Curry and his wife Sharon, and our retired bishops, the Right Reverend Cable Tennis and his wife Hyde, and the Right Reverend Wayne Wright and his wife Holly, with our best wishes to all these friends for good health and continued blessings of the Holy Spirit. And be it further resolved that this convention sends its greeting to the Honorable John Carney, Governor of Delaware, and his spouse, Tracy Quillen Carney, with our continued prayers for his leadership of the state where we live and serve. And be it further resolved that this convention expresses its gratefulness and offers thanksgiving to the Daughters of the King and the Anamacara Fellowship for providing a place of prayer during the 238th Annual Convention, and offered prayers for our bishop, all members of the Episcopal Church in Delaware, and especially for those of us here. And be it resolved that this convention expresses its heartfelt thanks to all who are now retiring after diligent service as members of the Standing Committee, trustees of the Diocesan Council, Disciplinary Board, and Constitution and Canon Committee, and wishes them Godspeed and blessings in their lives and continued ministries. And be it further resolved that this convention expresses its profound gratitude to our bishop, the Right Reverend Kevin S. Brown and his wife Caroline, and their daughters Emily and Margaret, for their friendship and ministry. We wish them many blessings in the years to come. And be it further resolved that these messages and sentiments will be communicated to the individuals and chairpersons of the organizations named herein to make known these actions as voted by this 238th Annual Convention in the Episcopal Church in Delaware. Bishop, I am so moved.
Would you please show your approval of these courtesy resolutions with a round of applause? Would anyone like to hear them read again? Joseph, a special thank you to you for all the work. Wait, I don't see Joseph.
He's watching you online.
He's online, that's right.
He's on the
Okay.
live stream.
All right, Joseph, thank you. Thank you for all that you've done to make convention work. Thank you. All right. Chair recognizes Secretary as we look ahead to the next convention.
And I read the courtesy resolutions again?
Yes, please read the courtesy resolution.
The Diocesan Council has set the date for the 239th Annual Convention. Get your calendars out right now. For Friday and Saturday, November 17th and 18th, 2023. I also would like to talk about the location of the 239th.
Please.
I move that the convention authorize the bishop and the diocesan council to determine the location of the 239th convention.
It has been moved. Is there a second? Any conversation? I will simply note that the rules of order give this body the ability to choose a date, but we'd love to get feedback about this venue and consider other things. And given there's no need to decide right now, this just seems wisest.
And the survey comes out on Sunday or Monday.
Yes, you will get a survey, and please fill it out. That's the first way to let us know about this particular venue. Any other questions or thoughts? Seeing no one approaching the microphone, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Then you have to host convention. All right. Madam Secretary, any concluding announcements?
Please return your name tags and lanyards to the registration desk. And the last time I walked by, I think there was a basket.
Amen. And the chair recognizes our chaplain to close us in prayer. And a special word of thank you, Pat, for your gracious prayers. And please extend our deep thanks to the people of Anamkara and of Daughters of the King for the prayer room and for prayer warriors for us. Thank you. Shall we stand as we close in prayer?
I'd like to end with a traditional Lakota Sioux prayer. O our Father, the sky, hear us and make us strong. O our Mother, the earth, hear us and give us support. O Spirit of the East, send us your wisdom. O Spirit of the South, may we tread your path of life. O Spirit of the West, may we always be ready for the long journey ahead. O Spirit of the North, purify us with your cleansing winds. May we leave this place rejoicing in the power of the Spirit. Alleluia, alleluia.
Thanks be to God. Alleluia, alleluia.
Convention is adjourned. Well done. What's that? Good work. 2 minutes.